Section 23 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 7, Continental Army. A Continental Army. Mr. Washington appointed to command. General Gage recalled. Succeeded by Sir William Howe. Depredations on the sea coast. Falmouth burnt. Canadian affairs. Death and character of General Montgomery. Freedom, long hunted round the globe by a succession of tyrants, appeared at this period as if about to erect her standard in America. The scimitar was drawn from principles that held life and property as a feather in the balance against the chains of servitude that clanked in her disgusted ear. The blood of innocence had already crimsoned over the fields which had teemed for the nourishment of Britain, who, instead of listening to the groans of an oppressed country, had recently wrung out the tears of anguish, until the inhabitants of the plundered towns were ready to quit the elegancies of life and take refuge in the forest, to secure the unimpaired possession of those privileges which they considered as a grant from heaven that no earthly potentate had a right to seize with impunity. The bulk of mankind have indeed, in all countries in their turn, been made the prey of ambition. It is a truth that no one will contest, though all may regret that in proportion to the increase of wealth, the improvement in arts, and the refinements in society, the great body of the people have either by force or fraud become the slaves of the few, who by chance, violence, or accident have destroyed the natural equality of their associates. Sanctioned by time and habit, an indefeasible right has been claimed that sets so mischievous a creature as man above all law, and subjects the lives of millions to the rapacious will of an individual, who, by the intoxicating nature of power, soon forgets that there are any obligations due to the subject, a reptile, in his opinion, made only for the drudgery necessary to maintain the splendor of government and the support of prerogative. Every step taken by the British government relative to the colonies confirmed this truth, taught them their danger, and evinced to the Americans the necessity of guarding at all points against the assumed jurisdiction of an assembly of men disposed to innovate continually on the rights of their fellow subjects who had no voice in Parliament, and whose petitions did not reach or had no influence on the ear of the sovereign. The success of the last supplicatory address offered to the Parliament of Britain by the United States still hung in suspense, yet the crisis appeared so alarming that it was thought necessary by many to attend immediately to the establishment of a Continental Army on some stable and respectable footing. But there were some influential members in Congress who dreaded the consequence of a step so replete with the appearance of hostility, if not with the avowed design of independence. They observed that such a measure would be an inevitable bar to the restoration of harmony. Some who had warmly opposed the measures of administration and ably advocated the rights of the colonies were of this opinion. The idea of dissevering the empire shocked their feelings. They still ardently wished, both from the principles of humanity and what they judged the soundest policy, to continue, if possible, the natural connection with Britain. Others of a more timid complexion readily united with these gentlemen, and urged, notwithstanding the contempt poured on all former supplications, that even if their late petition should be rejected, they should yet make one effort more for conciliation and relief by the hitherto fruitless mode of prayer and remonstrance. Men of more enlarged and comprehensive views considered this proposal as the finesse of shallow politicians, designed only to prevent the organization of a Continental Army. The celebrated Machiavel, pronounced by some the prince of politicians, has observed that every state is in danger of dissolution, whose government is not frequently reduced to its original principles. The conduct of the British administration towards the colonies, the corruption of the government in every department, the deviations from first principles, and the enormous public debt of the nation, evince not only the necessity of a reform in Parliament, but appear to require such a renovation of the British Constitution as was not likely soon to take place. Thus circumstanced, many thought it the interest of America to dissolve the connection with such a government, and were utterly opposed to delay or any further application to the British King or Parliament by petition or concession. After a long debate on the subject, the last descriptions of persons were obliged reluctantly to accede to a measure which they thought promised nothing but delay or disgrace. By a kind of necessary compromise, a most humble and loyal petition directly to the King of Great Britain was again agreed to by the delegated powers of the United States. At the same time, it was stipulated by all parties that military preparations should be made, and an army raised without farther hesitation. A decided majority in Congress voted that 20,000 men should be immediately equipped and supported at the expense of the United States of America. The Honorable William Penn, late Governor of Pennsylvania, was chosen agent to the Court of Britain, and directed to deliver the petition to the King himself, and to endeavor by his personal influence to procure a favorable reception to this last address. The command of the army, by the unanimous voice of Congress, was vested in George Washington, Esquire, then a delegate from the state of Virginia. He received this mark of confidence from his country with becoming modesty, and declined all compensation for his services, more than should be sufficient to defray his expenditures, for which he would regularly account. Mr. Washington was a gentleman of family and fortune, of a polite but not a learned education. He appeared to possess a coolness of temper and a degree of moderation and judgment that qualified him for the elevated station in which he was now placed. With some considerable knowledge of mankind, he supported the reserve of the statesman with the occasional affability of the courtier. In his character was blended a certain dignity, united with the appearance of good humor. He possessed courage without rashness, patriotism and zeal without acrimony, and retained with universal applause the first military command until the establishment of independence. Through the various changes of fortune in the subsequent conflict, though the slowness of his movements was censured by some, his character suffered little diminution to the conclusion of a war that, from the extraordinary exigencies of an infant republic, required at times the caution of a Fabius, the energy of Caesar, and the happy facility of an expedient in distress, so remarkable in the military operations of the illustrious Frederick. Footnote: the late King of Prussia, well known for this trait in his character by all who are acquainted with the history of his reign. End of footnote. With the first of these qualities, he was endowed by nature. The second was awakened by necessity, and the third he acquired by experience in the field of glory and danger, which extended his fame through half the globe. In the late war between England and France, Mr. Washington had been in several military rencontres, and had particularly signalized himself in the unfortunate expedition under General Braddock, in the wilderness on the borders of the Ohio. In the year 1755, his conduct on that occasion raised an éclat of his valor and prudence, in consequence of which many young gentlemen from all parts of the continent, allured by the name of Major Washington, voluntarily entered the service, proud of being enrolled in the list of officers under one esteemed so gallant a commander. General Washington arrived at the camp at Cambridge, in the neighborhood of Boston, the beginning of July, 1775. He was accompanied by several officers of distinction, from the southern states, and by Charles Lee and Horatio Gates, both natives of Great Britain, appointed now to high rank in the American Army. There appeared much expectation from his abilities, and a general satisfaction in the appointment of Mr. Washington to the chief command. A congratulatory address, expressive of their esteem, with the strongest assurances of their aid and support, to enable him to discharge the duties of his arduous and exalted station, was presented him from the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts, through the hand of their President James Warren. To this gentleman, General Washington brought letters of importance, and to him he was referred for advice by the delegates of the Massachusetts, as a judicious, confidential friend who would never deceive him. In his reply to this address, General Washington observed that in leaving the enjoyments of domestic life, he had only emulated the virtue and public spirit of the whole province of Massachusetts Bay, who, with a firmness and patriotism without example in history, had sacrificed the comforts of social and private felicity in support of the rights of mankind and the welfare of their country. Indeed, all ranks were emulous to manifest their respect to the commander of the army. Multitudes flocked from every quarter to the American standard, and within a few weeks the environs of Boston exhibited a brave and high-spirited army, which formed order, discipline, and subordination more rapidly than could have been expected from their former habits. Fired with an enthusiasm arising from a sense of the justice of their cause, ardent, healthy, and vigorous, they were eager for action and impatient to be led to an attack on the town of Boston, where the British army was encamped. But they were still ignorant that both private and political adventurers had been so negligent of their own and the public safety as to pay little attention to the importation of powder, arms, and other warlike stores, previous to the prohibition of Britain, restricting the shipment of those articles to America, but for the immediate use of the king's troops. Thus, when hostilities commenced and a war was denounced against the colonies, they had innumerable difficulties to surmount. Several of the most formidable powers of Europe had been invited by Britain to aid the cruel purposes of administration, either by the loan of auxiliaries or by a refusal of supplies to the infant states, now struggling alone against a foe whose power, pride, and success had often made the nations tremble. On a retrospect of the critical situation of America, it is astonishing she did not fall at the threshold. She had new governments to erect in the several states, her legislatures to form, and her civil police to regulate on untrodden ground. She had her enemies to establish, and funds to provide for their payment. She had her alliances to negotiate, new sources of trade to strike out, and a navy to begin. While the thunder of Britain was alarming her coasts, the savages threatening her borders, and the troops of George III, with sword uplifted, pushing their execrable purpose to exterminate the last vestige of freedom. But as Providence had led to the period of independence, the powers of industry and invention were called forth, not discouraged by the magnitude of the work, or the numberless obstacles to the completion of their design. No difficulties damped the ardor and unanimity of their exertions, though for a time it appeared as if their magazines must be furnished by the niter from heaven, and the ore dug by their own hands from the bowels of the earth. The manufacture of saltpeter, at first considered as the ideal project of some enthusiast for freedom, was not only attempted, but became the easy occupation of women and children. Large quantities were furnished from many parts of America, and powder mills were erected, which worked it with success. Sulfur, lead, and iron ore are the natural productions of the country, and mountains of flint had recently been discovered and brought for use. As nature had thus furnished the materials, every hand that was not engaged in arms was employed in arts, with an alacrity and cheerfulness that discovered a determination to be free. Precipitated into a conflict that probably might light half Europe in flames, the demand was too great, and the process too slow, to rely entirely on efforts of genius and industry. When General Washington became fully apprised of the astonishing deficiency in the article of powder, having been led into a misapprehension of the stock on hand by irregular returns, his embarrassment was great. He immediately applied for advice to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who judged that the most prompt measures were indispensably necessary. They agreed that the Speaker should communicate the circumstance to a few members who might be confidentially entrusted. The result was that committees were immediately sent by the Assembly to many towns in the province, in a cautious, guarded manner, to require the stocks of powder on hand in their several magazines. This was expeditiously effected, and with little difficulty, but the collection was very inadequate, yet sufficient to relieve the anxiety of the present moment. Happily they were not apprised within the walls of Boston of the poverty of their antagonists without, particularly in this article, until they had time to collect the small stocks from the neighboring towns and to receive some, though far from an ample supply, from the southern colonies. At this crisis, had General Gage ventured without his entrenchments, both the American army and the people must have been involved in extreme distress. Several vessels had been privately sent both to the Dutch and English islands to procure arms and ammunition, but so narrowly were they watched by the British cruisers that they had returned with little success. These circumstances accelerated a spirited measure, before contemplated only by a few. The arming and equipping the ships to cruise on British property was a bold attempt that startled the apprehensions of many zealously opposed to the undue exercise of British power. But necessity impelled, and enterprise was pursued. The General Assembly of the Massachusetts soon resolved to build, equip, and arm a number of vessels suitable for the purpose, to cruise and capture any British ships that might be found on or near their coasts. They granted letters of marque and reprisal to several adventurers, and appointed courts of admiralty for the trial and condemnation of any captures within those limits. But these means the seasonable capture, in the beginning of this enterprise, of a British ship laden with ordnance and an assorted cargo of warlike stores, sufficiently supplied the exigencies of the army, and dissipated the fears of those who had suffered the most painful apprehensions for the safety of their country. These naval preparations may perhaps be said not to have been merely of a defensive nature, the line yet avowedly observed by the Americans, but they had advanced too far to recede. Sophistical distinctions of words or names were laid aside. It is a fact, of which everyone is sensible, that successful opposition to arbitrary sway places a civic crown on the head of the hero that resists, when contingencies that defeat confer a hempen cord instead of a wreath of laurel. The success and catastrophe of the infant navy of America will be shown in the succeeding pages. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 7, Part 2. The naked state of the magazines had been kept as secret as possible, and every preparation for attack or defense had been made, as if no deficiency was felt, while there were not 3 rounds of powder in the American camp. Lines of circumvallation had been formed from Mystic River to Roxbury and Dorchester, but, notwithstanding the appearance of strength, the collection of numbers, and the hostile disposition of both parties, nothing of consequence was attempted by either, after the action of the 17th of June, during the remainder of Gage's administration. This inactivity was heavily censured by the more ardent spirits both within and without the camp. It was thought disgraceful on the one side, nor would have been less dishonorable on the other, had not their inability from the causes just mentioned prevented more vigorous movements. Yet, from the circumstances of the colonies, their petition to the king still pending, and their allegiance not formally renounced, it was judged by many most prudent for the American army to remain for the present only on the defensive. Governor Gage obtained leave to repair to England in the autumn of 1775. It was indeed unfortunate for him that he had been appointed to the command of an army and the government of a province without the talents that qualified for the times. He was naturally a man of humane disposition, nor had his courage ever been impeached, but he had not the intrigue of the statesman to balance the parties, nor the sagacity necessary to defeat their designs, nor was he possessed of that soldierly promptitude that leaves no interval between the determination and the execution of his projects. Glad to quit the thorny field, he bade adieu to a country he had not the ability, and perhaps not the inclination to subdue, and the command of the army devolved on Sir William Howe. General Oglethorpe, his senior in office, an experienced veteran, grown old in military fame, without sullying his laurels, had the prior offer of this command. He agreed to accept the appointment on condition the ministry would authorize him to assure the colonies that justice should be done them. His proposal at once appeared the result of humanity and equity. He declared that he knew the people of America well, that they never would be subdued by arms, but that their obedience would be ever secured by doing them justice. Footnote: British Annual Register. End of footnote. A man with these ideas was not a fit instrument for the designs of the British government. He was, therefore, agreeable to his own request, permitted to remain at home, where he was a quiet spectator of the folly of his country through a 7 years' war with the colonies. Footnote: General Oglethorpe had been distinguished for the benevolence of his disposition through all his transactions in America, where he resided several years. His mildness and equity towards the natives in the early settlement of the state of Georgia, and his conduct both of civil and military capacity, had won the esteem and affection of the inhabitants of the southern colonies, the approbation of his sovereign, and the applause of his native country. Modern Universal History, Volume 2. End of footnote. On his declining the appointment, the important and hazardous command was given to General Howe, a man of pleasure and a soldier, but the predominancy of the first trait in his character often interfered with the vigor and decision necessary to complete the last. Early on his promotion, his severity and indiscretion erased the favorable impression which many in America yet cherished for his name and family. In the beginning of his administration, he published a proclamation condemning to military execution any of the remaining inhabitants of Boston who should attempt to leave the town. He compelled them to form themselves into bodies under officers he should appoint, and to take arms in case of an attack against their brethren in the country. Yet for a certain sum of money, he promised an exemption from the cruel task of embruing their hands in the blood of their friends. But the most memorable event that took place while he presided in the province, previous to the evacuation of Boston, was the cannonade and destruction of Falmouth, a flourishing and well-built town in the eastern parts of the Massachusetts. Alarm and depredation had spread from shore to shore through all the sea coasts of America. Their shipping was seized, their islands plundered, their harbors infested by the landing of marauding parties, and many places threatened with immediate conflagration. Bristol, near Rhode Island, had been attacked on a dark, stormy night, and 120 cannon fired on that defenseless town within an hour. Many houses were injured, and some set on fire. A remarkable sickness had raged in the town for some time, and the languishing inhabitants were now hurried into the streets in their beds, to preserve them from their immediate deaths in the conflagration of their houses. Footnote: The Reverend Mr. Burt, distinguished for his piety, benevolence, and attachment to the liberties of his country, was found dead in the field the morning after the conflagration. He had fled from his bed, where he was confined by sickness, to escape the flames that consumed his house. End of footnote. This was an uncivil mode of demanding a tax of cattle, sheep, and hogs for the supply of the squadron of Captain, afterwards Sir James Wallace, who had for many months harassed and distressed the state of Rhode Island. This rude attack upon Bristol took place only 8 days previous to the wanton desolation which on the eve of winter stripped the inhabitants of Falmouth, both of shelter and provisions, and drove them naked into the wilderness, uncertain of any accommodations to secure them from the inclemency of the season. One Captain Mowat, who had recently been a prisoner there, and had received the most hospitable treatment from the inhabitants, was the instrument to execute this deed of unprovoked barbarity. It is true he notified the town that he would give them 2 hours to remove the human species, at the period of which term a red pendant would be hoisted at the main top-gallant mast head, and that on the least resistance he should be freed from all humanity dictated by his orders or his inclination. 3 gentlemen repaired on board his ship to inquire the reason of this extraordinary summons. Mowat replied that he had orders to set on fire all the seaport towns from Boston to Halifax, and that he supposed New York was already in ashes. He said he could dispense with his orders on no terms but the compliance of the inhabitants to deliver up their arms and ammunition, and their sending on board a supply of provisions, 4 carriage guns, and the same number of the principal persons in the town, as hostages, that they should engage not to unite with their country in any kind of opposition to Britain. Footnote: The above is an exact copy of Mowat's letter. See British Remembrancer. End of footnote. He assured them that on a refusal of these conditions, he should lay the town in ashes within 3 hours. Unprepared for such an attack, and intimidated by the roar of cannon, which began to play on the town, the people supplicated a suspension till the morning before they replied to the humiliating proposal. They improved the short reprieve which, with difficulty, they obtained in removing their families and effects, after which they made no further resistance, not even to the marines who landed with lighted torches to make the devastation complete. In this defenseless situation, the inhabitants considered opposition only as a useless waste of human life, and many of them stood on the heights, the passive spectators of the fire that played on the town through the day. They beheld with various emotions a conflagration that reduced many of them to penury and despair. Thus were they prepared for the occupation of soldiers and driven to the field by the double motive of resentment and the necessity of immediate subsistence. New York, Stonington, Newport, and many other places were threatened, but did not experience a similar fate. The last, situated on an island, was obliged to stipulate for a weekly supply, to save their town from the fury of the piratical corsairs that surrounded them, who proudly boasted of the civility and generosity of their nation. England has indeed been long celebrated for magnanimity, clemency, and humanity, but it is with nations as with individuals. When human nature falls from virtue, it generally sinks into the extremes of vice, in proportion as it was before conspicuous for superior excellence. Thus, the monarch divested of compassion and the ministry of principle, the naval strength of Britain, the mistress of the seas, and the terror of Europe, was employed to interrupt the commerce, lay waste the cities, destroy the towns, and plunge the inhabitants of America in misery and despair, forgetful that she was ever contributing by the acquisitions of her industry to the strength of Britain. Nor was America yet sufficiently irritated to renounce her allegiance to the king or relinquish her connection with England, cemented by the strong ties of habit and consanguinity, language, religion, and manners. Yet, though there was no formal dissolution of the legal bands that had united them, the frequent outrages experienced by Americans convinced them of the necessity of some effectual naval preparations on their part. This was so obvious that Congress no longer delayed acting with decision on a measure that had been balanced by various opinions. They directed General Washington to contract for a number of armed vessels to cruise abroad, to defend the sea coast at home, and as far as it was practicable, to capture British property wherever it might be found. Many gentlemen, sanguine in opinion, that an American Navy was no utopian project, but that her marine might rapidly rise to a respectable height, engaged with an energy that seldom fails of carrying into execution any attempt the human mind, on principles of reason, is capable of forming. They accordingly built on the large rivers from Portsmouth to Pennsylvania a number of vessels, row galleys, and frigates from 4 to 40 guns, fitted, manned, and completely equipped them for sea in the course of a few months. All encouragement was given both to public and private adventurers who engaged in the sea service. Success was equal to expectation. Many were valuable prizes, and a vast number of provision vessels from England, Ireland, and Nova Scotia were captured, and by this means the Americans were soon supplied, not only with the necessaries for war, but with the conveniences and the luxuries of life. While things remained in this situation at Boston and along the Atlantic shore, a very busy and important scene was acting in another quarter of America. The conquest of Quebec by the immortal Wolfe, in conjunction with the bold and hardy New Englanders, is a story well known in the annals of Britain. On the peace concluded with France at Fontainebleau, in the Duke of Bedford's administration, the whole province of Canada was ceded to the Crown of England, in lieu of more valuable acquisitions relinquished to France. Most of the inhabitants of the country were French, some of them noblesse, and all of them attached to the former master. The Roman Catholic faith was the established religion of the country, yet the Canadians were in all respects to be governed according to the laws of England, until the Quebec Bill, the subject of much political disunion in England, passed into an act in 1774. This act cut the Canadians off from the privileges of English subjects, denied them an assembly of their own on the principles of the British Constitution, deprived them of the trial by jury in civil processes. The laws of France were restored, and the boundaries of the province were extended far beyond the just limits. The Roman Catholic religion also was not only to be tolerated, but was established by Act of Parliament. This was very offensive both to the French and the English inhabitants, who found their interest inseparably connected. These new regulations were made with the view of fixing the Canadians more firmly in the interest of the ministry. But as they had tasted the advantages of a less despotic government, the people in general had adopted more liberal modes of thinking, both in civil and religious matters, and most of the inhabitants were equally dissatisfied with the late parliamentary regulations. The Quebec Act, unpopular in England and alarming in America, was particularly disgusting to all the English settlers in Canada, except a few individuals employed by the Crown. Neither the authority of administration nor the address of Governor Carleton was sufficient to quiet the disorders that arose, or to induce the Canadians, in this early stage of the dispute, to take arms to assist in the subjugation of the other colonies. They murmured loudly at the measures of the British government. They refused peremptorily to act against the United States, and several of the principal English inhabitants corresponded with some of the members of Congress, and encouraged the measures that were taken to bring the province of Canada into a union with the 13 colonies. Thus it required no small intrigue to instigate even the savages who delight in blood, to the commission of unprovoked hostilities, which would interrupt the traffic carried on between them and the frontiers of the other provinces. It has been justly observed that the introduction of barbarians and savages into the contest of civilized nations is a measure pregnant with shame and mischief, which the interest of a moment may impel, but which is reprobated by the best principles of humanity and reason. Footnote. Given on the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. End of footnote. But these were not the principles on which the American war was conducted. Congress had authentic information that every method was used to induce the savages to take up the hatchet against the Americans. Several conferences had been held the preceding summer, with many of their chiefs assembled at Montreal. This was in consequence of the machinations of Colonel Johnson, a famous Indian partisan in the last war, whose influence among them was very extensive. In these conferences he gave each of them a war belt and a tomahawk, invited them to drink the blood, and feast on the body of a Bostonian, and to sing the war song over a roasted bullock and a pipe of wine he had prepared for the purpose. But several of them declined either to eat, drink, or sing the barbarous song. They afterwards delivered up the black belt with the hatchet depictured thereon to some of the American officers. Footnote. General Schuyler's letter, December 14, 1775, published by order of Congress. End of footnote. These transactions were considered as incontestable proof that administration was determined to employ as their allies the fierce and numerous hordes of the wilderness, to subdue and butcher the Americans, even before they had thrown off their allegiance to the crown of Britain. It had also been recently discovered that Governor Carleton had received a commission authorizing him to muster and arm all persons residing within the province of Canada, and, as occasion should require, to march and embark the levies to any of the provinces of America, to pursue and prosecute, either by sea or land, all enemies, pirates or rebels, either in or out of the province, and if it should so please God, them to vanquish, to take, and so apprehended, according to law, them to put to death, or to preserve alive, at his discretion. Footnote. The whole of General Carleton's extraordinary commission may be seen in the Parliamentary Register of November 2nd, in the second sessions of the then Parliament. End of footnote. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 7, Part 3. A detail of the sufferings of one family will evince the wretched situation of all in that province who had the courage to complain of the measures of administration, or indulged a favorable opinion of the exertions of the other colonies. The singular mode of bending the minds of men of liberal opinions to the designs of government was first experimented on Mr. Walker, an English gentleman of fortune and abilities, who had been many years a resident of Montreal. His avowed dislike of the Quebec Bill drew on him the resentment of the officers of government, and involved him in altercation and danger. He had, in answer to the servile maxim, qui le roi est maître, repeated by one Rouvel, coolly replied that, with regard to Monsieur Rouvel, it might be so, as he ate his Majesty's bread, but added, I deny that the king is my master. I respect him as my lawful sovereign, and am ready to pay due obedience to his lawful commands. But I cannot acknowledge anyone as my master, while I live by my own industry. When I receive pay from the king, Perhaps my acknowledgments may be equally submissive. Rouvel immediately informed General Carleton of this conversation. His prudence was commended, and he was soon after appointed one of the judges of the Supreme Court at Montreal. This appointment was equally astonishing to the French inhabitants, as it was disgusting to the English. Men of all descriptions had a very ill opinion of Rouvel. The recent conversation between him and Mr. Walker was misrepresented and exaggerated. The partisans of the Crown and the officers of the army were highly exasperated against him, and soon after, resentment was carried so far as to attempt the assassination of Mr. Walker. A number of soldiers under the command of a Captain Disney entered his house in the evening when at supper with a few friends. On a sudden noise at the door of the hall, Mrs. Walker imagined it to be some Canadians who had been the preceding day on business with Mr. Walker as an officer of justice. Without any hesitation, she pronounced "entree," but to her inexpressible surprise, the next moment she saw through the glasses of the inner door a number of faces, some of them blacked, others covered with a visit of crape, all rising on the steps and rushing with precipitation into the room. In an agony of surprise she exclaimed, "Good God, this is murder!" Mr. Walker sat with his back to the door, and before he had time to rise, he received from one of the ruffians a violent stroke of a broadsword on his head. He attempted to recover his arms and defend himself, but wounded in a most cruel manner, he sunk motionless on the floor when one of the villains kneeled on his breast and cut off his right ear, while he so far retained his senses as to hear one of them say, "Damn him, he is dead." After recovering from his wounds, he commenced a civil process against Disney and his party. The crime was proved with all its atrocious aggravations, but justice had not its operation, either in compensation to the sufferer or punishment of the guilty. Mr. Walker, finding himself unsafe in the city, retired to his country house, determined to amuse himself with his books and his farm, without farther attention to political or public scenes. But his persecution was not at an end. He had not long resided in his villa before he was molested in a still more barbarous manner. A party of 30 soldiers was sent by Governor Carleton to bring him dead or alive to Quebec. They surrounded his house just before day and summoned him to surrender. Instead of a compliance, he courageously endeavored to defend himself and his family until the party without set fire to his house in several places, when he was obliged to escape the flames by throwing himself from the 3rd story. In the fall from a window of such a height, one of his legs was broken, which left him to the mercy of his antagonists, who made him their prisoner and conducted him to Quebec, where he was loaded with irons, denied the use of pen, ink, and paper, and forbidden even the light of a taper in his darksome cell. Mrs. Walker, a lady of great elegance and sensibility, had, in the terror of the night, leaped from a 2nd-story window and walked through the snow till exhausted by fear and fatigue. She was overtaken by one of the party, who had the compassion to throw his cloak over her and conduct her to a neighboring house. She soon after made her escape from that part of the country over the lakes, accompanied by the commissioners Congress had some time before sent on to confer with and secure the interest of the Canadians. The boat in which she crossed one of those island seas passed another almost within call, which conveyed her husband a prisoner to Quebec. It has already been observed that an address had been sent by Congress to the inhabitants of Canada, couched in nervous, friendly, and pathetic terms, reminding them of their common danger, and urging them to a union with the other colonies in defense of their common rights. But the mixture of French, British, American, and savage inhabitants of that country rendered very uncertain how far the other colonies might depend on the aid or friendship of the Canadians. Congress, apprised of the situation of affairs there, judged it prudent to endeavor to engage the people of all descriptions in that quarter more firmly to the interest of the Union. It was thought a favorable crisis for this purpose when the flower of the British troops then in America was shut up in Boston, and when the governors of the southern provinces, interrupted in their negotiations with the Indians, had taken refuge on board the king's ships, either from real or imagined personal danger. This was an important business, as whoever possesses Canada will, in a great measure, command the numerous tribes beyond the lakes. A respectable delegation was sent to Montreal to treat with the white inhabitants, and as far as possible, to conciliate or secure the copper-colored nations. The importance of possessing Canada strongly impressed the minds at this time of gentlemen of the first penetration. A very respectable committee was sent by Congress into the country, with Dr. Franklin at the head of the mission, whose talents as a statesman, perfect knowledge of the French language, extensive literary acquaintance with that nation, urbanity of manners, courteous deportment, united with a prudent reserve, marked him as a suitable character to negotiate with and endeavor to attach the Canadians of all descriptions to the American Union. Mr. Carroll of Maryland, a clergyman of the Roman Catholic profession, was sent on with the delegation to administer the ordinances of religion, baptism, absolution, etc., which they had been denied for some time by their clergy under British influence, who, instead of bestowing the blessings of the Church, had denounced their anathemas, to the great grievance of many tender consciences, and threatened the vengeance of heaven, as well as earth, on failure of due submission to parliamentary mandates. These efforts to engage and fix the Canadians to a certain point failed. The committee returned with little success. Words and professions are of little avail when the sword is, or is about to be, lifted for decision. Congress now found that a force sufficient to strengthen the hands of their friends in that province was the only mode to be relied on. In consequence of this necessity, they directed 2 regiments of New York militia and a body of New Englanders, consisting in the whole of about 3,000 men, to proceed under the command of the Generals Schuyler and Montgomery by the Lake Champlain to the River Sorel, which empties itself into the St. Lawrence, and immediately attempt the reduction of Quebec. They arrived at the Isle Noire, which lies at the entrance of that river, in the autumn of 1775. The commander there published a declaration announcing the reasons of this movement and inviting the inhabitants of every description to arrange themselves under the banners of liberty and unite in the common cause of America. After this, they immediately pushed on through woods, swamps, and morasses to a fort about 12 miles distance. Here, an unexpected attack from a large body of Indians obliged them to retreat to their former post and wait the arrival of reinforcements. On this retreat to the Isle Noire, General Schuyler immediately returned to Albany. The ostensible reason was the broken state of his health, which indeed was so impaired as to render him unfit for the fatigue of such a service. Thus the whole weight of the war in that quarter was left to the intrepid Montgomery, who, though qualified by his courage, capacity, and military experience, was not in force sufficient for so great an undertaking. He, however, notwithstanding the vigilance of General Carleton, made himself master of the forts of Chambly and St. John's, and with various other successes arrived at Montreal about the middle of November. General Carleton had arrived there some time before, and had made every exertion for the preservation of all the posts in the neighborhood, as well as those above mentioned. But the people disaffected, and his army weak. His efforts were blasted, and he thought himself happy to escape the vigilance of Montgomery, who had placed guards at every post for his interception. He, however, in a dark night, in an open boat, fortunately passed them all, and arrived at Quebec in safety. When General Montgomery arrived at Montreal, the inhabitants, both French and English, wished to surrender by capitulation, but with a spirit and dignity consistent with his usual character. He refused this, though at the same time he gave them the strongest assurances of justice, security, and personal safety. He pledged his honor for their peaceable possession of their property and the free exercise of their religion. He expressed in liberal terms his disposition to protect the inhabitants on the same footing with the other American colonies. He then demanded the possession of the gates and the keys of all the public stores, and ordered them to be delivered by 9 o'clock the ensuing morning. Accordingly, the gates were thrown open, and his troops entered at the appointed hour. Thus, without the smallest resistance, he took possession of this important post. He treated every class of inhabitants with the lenity and politeness which at once attached them to his person, strengthened their prejudices against the British government, and cherished the favorable ideas many had before imbibed, both of the Americans and the cause in which they were engaged. When Montgomery had made all proper arrangements for the security and peace of Montreal, he prepared immediately to go forward and invest Quebec, then in a weak, defenseless condition, their governor absent, the inhabitants disaffected, and but a handful of troops in the garrison. When General Carleton left the neighborhood of Montreal, he made the utmost dispatch to reach and put the capital of Canada in a proper state of defense. But he found Quebec in the greatest consternation and danger, from a quarter not apprehended, and scarcely conceived possible, from the novelty and hazard of the undertaking. A detachment of upwards of 1,000 men had been marched from the army near Boston. The command of this little band had been given to Colonel Arnold, a young soldier of fortune, who held in equal contempt both danger and principle. They took passage at Merrimack, and arrived at the mouth of the Kennebec on the 22nd of September. There, finding it probable their provisions might fall short, when there could be no possibility of a fresh supply, Arnold sent back 300 of his men. Footnote: these appeared ready to desert with the field officer at their head if they had not been permitted to return. End of footnote. Most of the remainder embarked in bateaux, prepared for the purpose. A small division of the troops marched slowly and kept the banks of the river. They encamped together every night, though frequently interrupted in their progress by rocks, falls, rapids, and carrying places, where they were obliged to carry their boats for several miles together on their shoulders. With incredible perseverance, they traversed woods, mountains, swamps, and precipices, and were obliged alternately to cut their way where no human foot had trodden, to ford shallows or attempt the navigation of a rapid stream with a rocky bottom, which seemed not designed as a passage for any human being to attempt. At the same time, their provisions were so reduced that they were obliged to eat their own dogs and convert their shoe leather into food. But with astonishing resolution, they surmounted every obstacle, and near 2/3 of the detachment completed a route of several hundred miles through a hideous wilderness, unexplored before but by the beasts and savages of the forest. It was at the time thought that if the historian did justice to the heroic firmness of this little party, that it would be as honorable a testimony of the exertions of human intrepidity as the celebrated march of the renowned Hannibal. But the enterprising spirit of America has since taught her sons to tread over a track of the forlorn desert so much more extensive that this now appears but an epitome of their hardihood. Colonel Arnold, with his little army, almost exhausted by hunger and fatigue, reached the Canadian settlements on the 3rd of November. He was received in a friendly manner, and a liberal supply of provisions was collected for his relief. By the alacrity of the inhabitants, he was, in a few days, furnished with boats to cross the St. Lawrence, and by favor of the night he effected his passage, in spite of the vigilance of several frigates that lay in the river. When he sat down before Quebec, he found all the batteries manned from the shipping, but having no artillery, he could do little more than parade before the city and wait the arrival of General Montgomery. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 7, Conclusion. In the meantime, General Carleton was not idle. Every preparation that courage or vigilance could dictate was made for the reception of Montgomery. He ordered by proclamation all who refused to take arms immediately to quit the city with their wives and children, on peril of being treated with the utmost severity, as rebels and traitors to their king. Many of them obeyed, and abandoned their residence and property. The Scotch inhabitants and the French noblesse he could at that time firmly rely on. All others, disgusted with the Quebec Act and alienated by the severity of the governor, were in a temper to renounce their loyalty and join the Americans. Yet the fear of losing their property and the confusion that might ensue, if the city was obliged to change its masters, operated on some and caused them to arm, though with great reluctance. The confederation of pecuniary losses will always have a powerful influence on the minds of men. Thus the zeal which had been nurtured for the defense of liberty soon began to abate, and both English and Canadians, actuated by the principle of immediate self-interest, concealed their former defection to the British government. Many of them were wealthy and opulent, and became daily more disposed to unite in defense of the town, which contained more families in opulent circumstances than all the province besides. After placing a garrison in Montreal, new clothing his troops, and stationing some small detachments in the outposts in the neighborhood, General Montgomery sent a few troops to different parts of the province to expedite farther supplies of provisions, clothing, and other necessaries. He then pushed on his march beneath the fall of snows, embarrassed with bad roads, a severe winter, an inhospitable climate, and the murmur of his little army. The term of their enlistment was nearly expired. Nothing kept them together but their attachment to their commander, and that zeal in the public cause, which had already prompted them to encounter perils and endure hardships, which the human constitution seems not calculated to surmount, after being softened by the habits of civilized life. But by the address of the commander and the resolution of the troops, they with incredible expedition arrived at Quebec, notwithstanding the impediments that lay in their way. The soldiers in garrison, with the marines from the king's frigates that had been placed therein, and the armed militia, both French and English, did not amount to more than 2,000 men when the army arrived from Montreal. But by the intrepidity of General Carleton and the activity of his officers, they had prepared for defense with the spirit of veterans. They rejected with disdain a summons from Montgomery to surrender the town, to prevent the fatal consequences of its being taken by storm, fired on the flag that offered to convey letters with proposals for capitulation, obliged it to retire, and all communication was forbidden by the inflexible Carleton. General Montgomery, after this, sent a second letter by Colonel Arnold and Mr. McPherson, his aide-de-camp, to General Carleton. Footnote: Copy of General Montgomery's last letter to General Carleton. Holland House, December 6, 1775. Sir, notwithstanding the personal ill-treatment I have received at your hands, notwithstanding the cruelty you have shown to the unhappy prisoners you have taken, the feelings of humanity induce me to have recourse to this expedient, to save you from the destruction which hangs over your wretched garrison. Give me leave to inform you that I am well acquainted with your situation. A great extent of works in their nature incapable of defense, manned with a motley crew of sailors, most of them our friends and citizens, who, to see us within their walls, a few of the worst troops that call themselves soldiers, the impossibility of relief, and the certain prospect of wanting every necessary of life, should your opponents confine their operations to a single blockade. Point out the absurdity of resistance, such as your situation. I am the head of troops accustomed to success, confident of the righteous cause they are engaged in, inured to danger and fatigue, and so highly incensed at your inhumanity, illiberal abuse, and the ungenerous means employed to prejudice them in the minds of the Canadians, that it is with difficulty I restrain them till my batteries are ready, from insulting your works, which would afford them the fair opportunity of ample vengeance and just retaliation. Firing upon a flag of truce, hitherto unprecedented, even among savages, prevents my following the ordinary mode of conveying my sentiments. However, I will at any rate acquit my conscience. Should you persist in an unwarrantable defense, the consequence be upon your own head. Beware of destroying stores of any fort, public or private, as you did at Montreal or in the river. If you do, by heavens, there will be no mercy shewn. End of footnote. He upbraided him with personal ill treatment, with the cruelty exercised towards the prisoner that had fallen into his hands, and with the unparalleled conduct, except among savages, of firing at a flag of truce. He warned him not to destroy either public or private stores, as he had done at Montreal, and kept up a tone of superiority as if sure of success. The messengers reached the walls of Quebec, but were ordered to decamp with speed, and informed that the governor would receive no letters or hold any intercourse with rebels. Thus circumstanced, General Montgomery judged that immediate and decided action was the only means of serving his country, and securing to himself that renown which the luster of his former conduct had acquired. Thus, depending too much on his own good fortune, and too little acquainted with the arrangement and vigor within the walls, he resolved on the dangerous and desperate measure of an effort to take the city by escalade. He made his dispositions accordingly, and under the cover of a violent snowstorm, his army in 4 separate divisions began the arduous work at the same moment, early on the morning of the 31st of December. But the enemy had gained intelligence of his movements, the alarm had been given, and a signal made for a general engagement in the lower town, some time before Montgomery had reached it. He, however, pushed on through a narrow passage, with a hanging rock on the one side, and a dangerous precipice on the banks of the river on the other, and with a resolution becoming his character, he gained the first barrier. Warmed with the spirit of magnanimity and a thirst for glory, the inseparable companions of exalted minds, he met undaunted the fire of his enemies, and accompanied by some of his bravest officers, he rushed on to attack a well-defended barricade. But to the regret of the army, the grief of his country, and the inexpressible sorrow of his numerous friends, the valiant Montgomery, with the laurels fresh blooming on his brow, fell at the gates by a random shot from the frozen walls of Quebec. Connected with one of the first families in New York, happy in the highest enjoyment of domestic felicity, he was led by principle to quit the occupations of rural life, and animated with an ardent zeal for the cause of human nature, the liberties of mankind, and the glory of America. Both his active life and his heroic death verified his last expression to his amiable lady. You shall never blush for your Montgomery. Footnote. He married a daughter of Judge Livingston. The writer of these annals had the particulars of his last adieu in a letter from his old lady immediately after his death. End of footnote. His philosophic taste, his pleasing manners, his private virtues, and his military abilities were acknowledged and revered even by his enemies, who cannot but pronounce the Canadian fields are marked with peculiar glory. It is there the choicest flowers of fame may be called to crown the memory of a Wolfe and a Montgomery. Yet while one of those illustrious names written in characters of blood reflects luster on the glory of a British monarch, the other will announce to posterity the efforts of virtue to resist the tyranny of his successor. General Montgomery was justly considered as an early martyr in the cause of freedom, and the premature stroke that robbed his country of an officer of tried bravery and decided merit was not only bewailed by his friends, but excited the tear of generous compassion from all those who were susceptible of the nobler feelings of the soul, among such as were opposed to him in political opinion. The animosities of war and the enmities created by different sentiments, or rivalry in fame, should ever expire with the life of a hero. Yet the obsequies of this great and amiable man were not attended with those honorary marks of respect usually paid to illustrious military characters when victory has satiated resentment. His body was thrown into a sledge, and without even a coffin, conveyed to the place of burial. The manner of General Montgomery's interment was at first reported much more to the honor of Governor Carleton, but the above account is from the testimony of several respectable American officers then in Quebec. Footnote: particularly Captain, afterwards General Dearborn, taken prisoner at the attempt on the second barrier. End of footnote. By the persuasion of a lady who afterwards married the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec, who had formerly served in the British Army with General Montgomery, the body of this worthy officer was taken up and again interred in a rough coffin, but without any particular marks of respect. The other officers who fell were indiscriminately thrown with their clothes on into the same grave with their soldiers. The death of General Montgomery decided the fate of the day, though Colonel Arnold and his party, with great bravery, kept up the attack, nor did they quit the field until after Arnold was obliged to retire, having received a dangerous wound. Notwithstanding this accident added to the unspeakable loss of their brave commander, this small resolute party kept their ground until galled on every side, attacked in the rear, and their retreat cut off by a British party who found means to secure a passage that prevented even the attempt. Yet they kept up an obstinate defense for several hours, but at last were obliged to surrender themselves prisoners of war. Footnote: most of the American officers distinguished themselves by their intrepidity and vigilance on this fated day, but none more than Colonel Morgan, who seemed to be adapted by nature, by his strength of body, vigor of mind, and unconquerable resolution, for the severe conflicts of war. This was afterwards exemplified in the many rencontres he met in the ravage of the Carolinas. End of footnote. Though the manners of their commander-in-chief had not been treated with that generosity, which is usually the result of true magnanimity, yet General Carleton treated the prisoners that afterwards fell into his hands with more humanity. Their wounds were dressed, their wants relieved, and his own physician sent to visit the sick. He also endeavored to recall those who, after the defeat, had taken shelter in the woods, or such as had been left sick or wounded on the way. After the retreat, and by proclamation, he promised liberty to all the unhappy stragglers when they should be cured of their wounds and diseases. After the death of Montgomery, the retreat of Arnold, and a surrender of a considerable part of his troops, the broken forces collected and retired about 3 miles from the city. There they kept up a kind of blockade through the winter, and by the spirit of Arnold, on whom the command had devolved, and the vigilance of his party, they prevented in a great measure additional recruits and supplies for the relief of the city. This they were every reason to expect would be attempted, not only from the difficulties of their situation within the city, but from the fickleness of the Canadians without, and their manifest disposition to enlist under the banners of success. From their local circumstances, this change of temper might from the beginning have been apprehended from those pretended allies of the United States. Their neighborhood in connection with the savages, their long habit of oscillating between England and France, and their ignorance in general of the grounds of the dispute, must naturally render their fidelity to the states under the jurisdiction of Congress very uncertain. but we laid the lakes, the wilderness, the savages, and their employers in that quarter, for the present, to observe for a time the interesting movements of the borders of the Atlantic, and the disposition discovered by the ancient parent of the colonies, which soon produced consequences of the highest moment. It may, however, be proper to observe here that General Arnold extricated himself in a remarkable manner from his embarrassments in this quarter, and lived to be conspicuously distinguished through the American War for his bravery and address, his activity, and his villainy. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 8, Boston Evacuated. Dissensions in the British Parliament. Petition of Governor Penn rejected. Boston evacuated. Sir Henry Clinton sent to the southward, followed by General Lee. His character. Sir Peter Parker's attack on Sullivan's Island. General Howe's arrival at Sandy Hook. General Washington leaves Cambridge. Observations on the temper of some of the colonies. While, as above related, a busy and important scene was exhibited at the northward, the southern colonies were parrying the embarrassments created by the royal governors, some of whom had recently left America. The people were gradually laying aside the prejudices which mankind generally imbibe for old established governments, and were preparing themselves for new modes, if necessity should impel, whenever the delegates with whom they had entrusted their rights should judge affairs fully ripened for a declaration of independence and a final separation from Britain. The American Congress was yet waiting the result of their late petition to the throne, with a degree of temper and moderation scarcely paralleled. Among men possessing the unlimited confidence of their country on the one side, and on the other irritated by the neglect and contempt of their oppressors, and the rude insults of ministerial menace. Thus suspended on the wing of expectation, or rather an unfounded and fruitless hope, everything remained quiet at headquarters through the winter of 1776. No attempt was made against Boston by the American army, nor did General Howe shew any disposition to sally from the town and interrupt the tranquillity of the camp. In short, the British army, engrossed by the pleasures of the town and the exhibition of farces composed by one of their general officers, became so inactive and appeared so inoffensive that the Americans, little less disposed to indulge in the pleasures of peace, enjoyed at Cambridge the conviviality of the season. Footnote: General Brooke, whose genius for these literary productions was afterwards displayed more to his honor. End of footnote. The ladies of the principal American officers repaired to the camp. Harmony and hospitality united with that simplicity which had hitherto been characteristic of the domestic taste, style, and manners of the most respectable Americans, reigned among them for several months, without the smallest interruption. Civility and mutual forbearance appeared between the officers of the Royal and Continental armies, and a frequent interchange of flags was indulged for the gratification of the different partisans. But notwithstanding the reluctance to action, observable in two powerful and contiguous armies, the wheels of revolution were rolling on in swift progression. The approach of spring lowered with the fate of empire, the birth of nations, and the painful convulsions experienced by every state, struggling to retrieve and permanently secure the rights of nature, seized or curtailed by the strong hand of power. Through the last 10 years, the British ministry had been repeatedly changed, and though none of them except the Duke of Grafton and the Marquis of Rockingham, who had figured at the head of administration, had shown any disposition to do justice to America, yet the councils of the cabinet had been kept in continual fluctuation. Footnote: the Marquis of Rockingham was through his whole life uniformly opposed to the American war. End of footnote. From the retirement of Lord Bute in 1766, there had been an extraordinary variety and succession of characters in the colonial department. The Lords Glenville, Rockingham, North, Hillsborough, and Dartmouth had alternately taken the lead in this thorny patch. Several others had labored in the road for a time, and retired equally successless and chagrined, particularly the Duke of Grafton. Footnote: the Duke of Grafton was very explicit with His Majesty in his reasons for resignation. End of footnote. From the religious deportment of Lord Dartmouth, he had secured the partiality of a party, but it soon appeared from the inefficacy of his measures and the want of stability in his conduct that he was a very unfit person for a place that required deeper intrigue, more energy, and stronger abilities than he possessed. Tired of the burthen himself, and his employees weary of his administration, he resigned his office in the summer of 1775. On his resignation, Lord George Germain, the hero of Minden, entered a field which did not brighten his laurels, though he engaged with a boldness and temerity of spirit that he had not on all occasions discovered. Zealous for the honor of his sovereign, the interest and superiority of his nation, the dignity and supremacy of Parliament, he undertook the conduct of the American War and the subjugation of the colonies with a temper and resolution more sanguine than discreet. Early in his administration and through the whole course of this eventful year, proposals for an accommodation with the colonies were offered from various quarters, but conciliation with America had no place in the system of the new minister. The first bill that appeared for this purpose was from the hand of Lord Chatham, whose energetic abilities and dignified policy had recently rescued the empire from ruin. But not even the talents of a man who had been courted by his sovereign, admired by his enemies, and adored by the nation, had any influence on a ministry deaf to everything but an American revenue and the supremacy of Parliament. After the failure of the efforts of this distinguished statesman, Burke, Franklin, Fothergill, Hartley, and others, anxious to prevent the wanton waste of human blood, brought forward their proposals to procure a reconciliation with the colonies, either on the terms of equity or partial concession. They supported them with the most interesting pathos and with great strength of argument, but neither the persuasive eloquence of the orator, footnote Edmund Burke, end of footnote, the reasoning powers or conclusive arguments of the philosopher, footnote Dr. Franklin, end of footnote, nor the mild simplicity and humane interference of the upright Quaker, footnote Dr. Fothergill, all well known in the literary world, end of footnote, were likened to, with the smallest attention, by a predetermined administration, sanctioned by the approbation of royalty. Every suggestion that bore any appearance of lenity or reunion with the colonies was rejected on the principle of the supremacy of Parliament, tenacious of their power and the right to alter or resume at pleasure all colonial charters and to regulate and tax as consistent with the convenience of the parent state. The late petition from Congress met the usual neglect that had been shown to every former application. Before it was totally rejected, the Duke of Richmond suggested the propriety of questioning Governor Penn, who presented the petition, relative to the strength, the resources, the disposition, and the designs of America. Mr. Penn was a gentleman whose talents were equal to the business he was sent to negotiate. When called on the floor of the House of Commons for examination, he gave a clear and decided statement of the situation and the views the expectations, the wishes, and the final determination of his countrymen, if they failed in their present attempt to be heard by their sovereign. Footnote: when the petition was presented by Mr. Penn and Arthur Lee, Esquire, they were told by the minister that no notice would be taken of it. End of footnote. But it was immediately asserted that Congress was an illegal body, that no parley could be held with rebels, that while the Americans in hostile array were preparing armies for opposition to parliamentary authority, it was beneath the dignity of the supreme legislative to hold treaties with men who denied their supremacy, that coercion alone was the proper line of action for the nation, and that it was necessary this system should be pushed with redoubled vigor. Consequently, after much debate, it was agreed in the House that foreign auxiliaries should be hired at an immense expense to assist in the complete subjugation of the colonies. A treaty with the Landgrave of Hesse and a price for payment for the loan of his slaves was voted, and several other similar steps adopted to facilitate the designs against America. These measures appeared to many in the House replete with absurdity, particularly the calling in of foreign mercenaries to assist in a work that discovered little liberality, less humanity, and no wise policy. It was observed that no language or act could justify the authors or supporters of this project. It was replied that foreign troops, inspired with military maxims and ideas of implicit obedience, would be less liable to be biased by that false lenity which national soldiers might indulge at the expense of national interest. Footnote: British Annual Register. End of footnote. This was an unusual and bold assertion to be made in a British House of Commons, and seemed tinctured with the spirit of despotism that had not always been characteristic of Englishmen, and indeed now the minority in opposition to this and several other high-handed measures was too respectable to be frowned into insignificance, even by the disapprobation of kings. Footnote: the many protests of a number of the House of Lords, which appeared from time to time against the high measures of majority in Parliament, epitomized the American grievances in a point of view that exhibited the opinion at that time of a very considerable part of the most judicious and unprejudiced persons through the nation, both in and out of Parliament. These protests may be found in a variety of British publications. This general favorable disposition towards the Americans in the early part of the contest was evinced by numberless circumstances. A crimination of the measures of administration against the colonies existed on both sides of the Tweed, and indeed throughout the kingdom. Many letters and other excellent writings on the subject of civil and religious liberty were transmitted from England to America from the year 1765 until the period when hostilities commenced. Among the numberless instances that might be adduced of the spirit and disposition of the writers of those times, we will here only give the following extract of a letter from the Earl of Buchan to Mr. Otis. This was accompanied by some very excellent essays on the subject of liberty, and by several portraits of this person, adorned at the foot with the cap of liberty, in the center of the annexed motto, Ubi Liberatis Ibi Patria. London, January 26, 1768. Sir, I take the liberty of transmitting to you the enclosed representations of a man strongly attached to the principles of that invaluable liberty, without which no real happiness can subsist anywhere. My family has often bled in the support of it, and descended, as I am, from the English Henrys and Edwards. I glory more in the banishment of my great-grandfather, Lord Cardross, to Carolina, and the stand made by Lord Halifax, my ancestor, than in all that title and descent can give me. You may dispose of the other prince to the lovers of my principles, and I beg you will be so good as to transmit 4 of them to Messrs. as eminent defenders of those doctrines in the Church, which are so intimately connected with liberty in the state. Lord Chatham has forsaken you, having loved this world, but his favorite, your humble servant, will not, I trust, ever follow his steps. Footnote. Lord Chatham afterward totally reprobated the conduct of administration towards the colonies. End of footnote. I am, sir, with great regard, your most obedient humble servant, Buchan, James Otis, Esquire, Boston. End of footnote. The noble names of Rockingham, Scarborough, Abingdon, Effingham, and Ponsonby, the Dukes of Manchester, Devonshire, Richmond, and Grafton, with many others of equal rank and consideration, appeared on the protests against the sanguine, summary, and dangerous proceedings of Parliament. Their opinions were supported even by some of the royal family. The efforts of the Duke of Cumberland were strenuous. He reprobated, in the most explicit terms, the whole American system. He lamented in pathetic language the employing of foreigners. He observed that he much regretted that Brunswickers, who once to their honor had been employed in defense of the liberties of the subject, should now be sent to subjugate a distant part of the British Empire. Footnote. See the speech of His Royal Highness at large in the British Annual Register. End of footnote. But in spite of protests, arguments, reason, or humanity, the Parliament of Britain proceeded, as expressed in the Dissent of the Lords, to a refinement in tyranny. Towards the close of the year, they interdicted all trade with America, declared the colonies out of the royal protection, licensed the seizure of their property on the high seas, and by an act of Parliament gave the forfeiture to the captors, and directed an indiscriminate compulsion of all persons taken on board any American vessel to serve as common sailors in His Majesty's Navy. This mode of procedure was opposed and criminated with all the powers of language by some members of the first consequence in the House of Commons. They pronounced it the last degree of wretchedness and indignity to which human nature could be subjugated. They observed that this was an instance of tyranny worse than death, thus to compel the unfortunate captives who might fall into their hands, after being plundered themselves, to assist their enemies in plundering their brethren. They asserted that such modes of severity were without example, except among pirates, outlaws, and the common enemies of civil society. Yet, notwithstanding these sensible remonstrances, they were some of the most distinguished characters in England, so heated by party spirit, national pride, and the high claims of parliamentary dignity and superiority, as shamelessly to avow the necessity of leaping over the boundaries of equity, and winking out of sight the immutable laws of justice. It is painful to record, as an evidence of this assertion, a single instance that must cause a blush for the weakness or wickedness of man. Even the great Lord Mansfield, whose superior talents, profound erudition, law knowledge, and philosophical abilities should have elevated him above all local or party prejudices, declared publicly that the original question of right ought no longer to be considered, that the justice of the cause must give way to the present situation, that they were engaged in a war, and must use every effort to obtain the end purposed thereby. Footnote. Debates in Parliament and Lord Mansfield's speech in the House of Lords, December 1775. End of footnote. If the politician can justify this sophistical reasoning, the dictates of justice must lead the upright to revolt at the idea. A declaration so devoid of the principles of rectitude from a man of his lordship's celebrity at once shocks the feelings of equity and wounds the sensations of humanity. The passions of some were irritated by this extraordinary speech of Lord Mansfield, and the judgment of others convinced that America had nothing to expect either from the justice or clemency of Parliament under the influence of men of such abilities and principles. Yet still the chimerical project of conquest and subjugation continued to be uniformly opposed by the dissenting lords in one house, and amelioration of the American system urged in the other, on the strongest grounds of reason, justice, policy, and humanity. But a ministerial majority was astonishingly kept up in both, and on a division on every question relative to the colonies, the minority bore no proportion to the names in the other scale. A war with America did not at this period appear to be the general wish of the nation at large, but engaged in their own pleasures and pursuits, they seemed rather inattentive to the object in dispute, as a matter that very little concerned them. There was indeed some clamor among the great body of the merchants on the total destruction of the American trade, and some of the manufacturing towns were disposed to be riotous on the occasion. But the danger of a foreign war, or a final dismemberment of the empire, was not generally apprehended by the people, though these consequences were predicted by some sagacious heads, and the hearts of the patriotic and compassionate were hurt by the anticipation of the impending evils. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1 by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 8, Part 2. Calling in the aid of foreigners and introducing a large body of German mercenaries in British pay to settle a domestic quarrel with the colonies was mortifying to the pride and valor of every uncorrupted Englishman. But the torrent of secret influence was irresistible. The expensive system was precipitated. Prerogative and conquest was the ministerial creed. Power the princely object. And on the approbatory speech of the monarch, when all was at hazard, there appeared a coolness that bordered on apathy. Silence and submission were enjoined on the friends of America in the House of Commons, and the liberty of writing their names and witnessing their uneasiness by their own signature was all the consolation of the protesting lords, while these important questions were in agitation. Footnote: on the prohibitory, the restraining act, the interdiction of trade, and all other coercive bills, the usual rate of voices in favor of them was from 120 to 150, the number of the minority seldom more than 30 or 40. When they amounted to 40, it was thought a considerable acquisition. End of footnote. The debates in Parliament relative to colonial measures, the King's speech, and the rejection of the late petition of the Continental Congress arrived in America before the month of March, 1776. These were accompanied with the intelligence of the Hessian Treaty, and that foreign auxiliaries from various other nations were to be employed in the compulsory system, and that the barbarous strangers were to assist in the entire subjugation of the colonies, if not otherwise reduced to unworthy submission. On this information, the indignation of all ranks can scarcely be described. The King's speech was condemned and ordered to be burnt in the center of the camp at Cambridge. The wavering were resolved, the timid grew bold, the placid and philosophic lovers of peace left the retired haunts of literary felicity, and beneath the helmet and the buckler courted the post of danger. Vigorous action was now the only line of conduct to be observed through every department. Previous to any other movement, it was judged important that the British forces should be immediately removed from their stronghold in the town of Boston, lest the work should be rendered more difficult on the arrival of fresh troops from Great Britain, now daily expected. General Washington, sensible of this necessity, and that no more time was to be lost, opened a severe cannonade on the western side, not far distant from the town, on the evening of the 4th of March. This was designed rather to divert attention within the walls than for any important consequences expected from this maneuver without. The Americans kept up a constant fire through the night, while several smaller works were erected for the annoyance of the besieged, but the principal effect was expected from the heights of Dorchester. By the greatest industry and dispatch, a strong battery, very unexpectedly to the enemy, appeared there on the morning of the 5th, from whence the Americans played their artillery with ease on the town. The assailants, under the direction of General Thomas, erected and extended their works in such a judicious manner as to command the peninsula leading to Boston, Castle William, and at the same time a considerable part of the harbor. General Howe, mortified that such an advantageous post should have been so long neglected by himself, and astonished at the appearance of such strong and defensible works, rising as it were in a night, without noise or alarm in that quarter, did not long hesitate on the part necessary for him to act in this critical conjuncture. There remained no alternative between a bold and vigorous attempt to dislodge the Americans, or an immediate evacuation of the town. To fly on the first appearance of danger was humiliating to the pride of the soldier, lessening his military honor and sinking the dignity of the commander-in-chief. A choice of difficulties lay before him. He was short of provisions. The soldiers had become discontented with the service and fatigued with continual watching. An immediate retreat might appear to him less disgraceful than the consequences of resistance under many apparent disadvantages. On the other hand, chagrined at the idea of drawing off 7,000 or 8,000 of the best troops the king, his master, had in service, without striking a blow, and relinquishing the only American town they then had in possession to the undisciplined peasantry of the country, was still a more humiliating thought. From these considerations, he made all possible preparation to dislodge the American troops the evening after they were discovered on the heights of Dorchester. But the intervention of the elements disconcerted his operations. A tremendous storm of wind and rain prevented the dangerous enterprise, and saved the expense of much blood. General Howe, finding his design impracticable, in consequence of this disappointment, ordered an embarkation to begin as soon as the tempest should subside. But embarrassed by a crowd of refugees and other delinquents, who, conscious they could not rely on their country for safety, had thrown themselves on his protection, encumbered with women, children, furniture, soldiers, officers, and camp equipage, the inconveniences and dangers of a voyage at the equinoctial season, the sterility of the country, and the coldness of the clime to which he must repair, with a discontented army and a group of miserable, disappointed Tories, rendered the situation of the British commander-in-chief truly pitiable. Footnote: General Howe went from Boston to Halifax, Nova Scotia. End of footnote. To add to the confusion of the scene, the strictest harmony did not exist between the officers of the Army and Navy. This increased the difficulty of accommodation on this unexpected emergency, when so many useless persons claimed protection and subsistence. When the Americans saw the British troops about to depart, they did not offer to impede their design in the smallest degree. The cannonade was suspended, and they beheld with an eye of compassion the extraordinary immigration of some hundreds of disaffected Americans, whom they suffered to depart with the successless army, without a wish to retard their flight. These unhappy people took with them such of their effects as the hurry of the occasion and their military masters would permit. General Washington, with a few troops, entered Boston, with the ensigns of triumph displayed, and beheld the rear of the panic-struck army of Britain precipitately flying from a town that had long been the object of ministerial vengeance. This bloodless victory on the one side, and the disgraceful flight on the other, was viewed with pleasure and surprise, or with astonishment and grief, in proportion to the political hopes and fears that agitated the various parties, who all considered the transactions of the day replete with important consequences. Every mark of respect was externally shown to General Washington, even by those who were not well affected to the cause in which he was engaged. Many of this class, more culpable than some who went off with the British Army, chose to stay and cast themselves on the mercy of their countrymen, rather than to hazard the dangers of a voyage, the loss of property, and a separation from their families. Some, much less criminal than these, and many really inoffensive persons, suddenly struck with imaginary fears, abandoned their habitations and their country, which by a little address they might quietly have possessed. Several very doubtful characters not only acted with decent civility and condescension, but confidently assumed merit to themselves as friends of the Revolution. Some of these were afterwards promoted to places and offices of high trust. Indeed, the Loyalists in general, who stayed in Boston and chose to run all hazards rather than quit their native country, experienced much clemency from the opposite party, yet perhaps not in the full latitude that policy might have dictated, but the impressions of danger and insult to which the victors had long been exposed operated more powerfully in the minds of many than the laws of forgiveness or the distant view of political consequences. Thus a kind of inquisitorial court was erected in Boston, and some persons more warm than discreet, and more zealous than judicious, were appointed to decide on the criminality of state delinquents, several of whom were adjudged to punishments rather ridiculous than severe. This step tended only to strengthen the alienation of those who had, either from interest, treachery, timidity, or a passion for the splendor of monarchy, enlisted under the banners of royalty without any fixed principles in religion or politics. Had the new government at this period passed an act of indemnity and oblivion, and proclaimed pardon to all who had incurred the public resentment, excepting a few who had notoriously deserved proscription, it is probable many would have returned to the bosom of their country and become faithful subjects to the United States, when they could have done it without the imputation of being rebels to their sovereign. This consideration before the Declaration of Independence had a conscientious influence on the minds of some who disapproved of the ministerial encroachments, yet scrupled the right of resistance while the legal subjects of the British Crown. But the line of separation soon after drawn, the doubts of many well-disposed persons were entirely dissipated. After the evacuation of Boston, the succession of important events was too rapid for the mind to dwell long on single incidents. It remained for some time uncertain where the British Army and Navy would next direct their operations. Though they sailed immediately for Halifax, it was only to disembark their useless hands and secure a rendezvous until fresh reinforcements should arrive from England. The situation of the southern colonies at this time commanded the attention of every well-wisher to the American cause. Some time before the British troops left Boston, General Clinton had been sent southward to the assistance of Governor Martin and Lord William Campbell. We have seen that before they left their governments, they had instigated a number of the back settlers in the Carolinas to create disturbances. These people, formerly aggrieved by their own government, had styled themselves regulators, had embodied for opposition, had resisted authority, and had suffered severely. They were now persuaded that the same persons who had some years before oppressed them were at this time in rebellion against their sovereign. This opinion was strengthened by Governor Martin, who kept up a correspondence with their leaders and invited them to repair to the royal standard at Brunswick, where they should be supported by a large body of the king's troops. Though, as observed, these people had been compelled to submission and had remained quiet a number of years, yet their old antipathies were not obliterated. Ignorant of the causes of the general uneasiness of the colonies, and mistaken in character, they united under the very men who had formerly exercised every severity against them and their leaders. Footnote: particularly a Colonel Fanning, a violent partisan of the Crown, who had been in the former insurrection the executioner of most of their principal leaders, without even the form of a trial. End of footnote. These were joined by the Highlanders, who had migrated in shoals after the rebellion in Scotland in 1745. They had suffered too much not to dread a second opposition to the authority of the King of England. These descriptions of men were for a time very troublesome on the southern borders, more particularly of North Carolina, but by the spirit and activity of some Continental troops, under the command of Brigadier General Moore, the whole party was defeated, their commanding officer MacDonald, and most of their other officers imprisoned. The unhappy remnant who escaped imprisonment or death retreated to the woods, and all hope or fear from this quarter was extinguished before the arrival of Sir Henry Clinton at Cape Fear. As soon as it was discovered at Cambridge that General Clinton had left Boston, General Lee was ordered to set forward to observe his maneuvers and prepare to meet him with advantage in any part of the continent he might think proper to visit. No man was better qualified at this early stage of the war to penetrate the designs or to face in the field an experienced British veteran than General Lee. He had been an officer of character and rank in the late war between England and France. Footnote: he had served with reputation in Portugal under the command of the Count de la Lippe. End of footnote. Fearless of danger and fond of glory, he was calculated for the field, without any of the graces that recommend the soldier to the circles of the polite. He was plain in his person even to ugliness, and careless in his manners to a degree of rudeness. He possessed a bold genius and an unconquerable spirit. His voice was rough, his garb ordinary, his deportment morose. A considerable traveler, and well acquainted with most of the European nations, he was frequently agreeable in narration, and judicious and entertaining in observation. Disgusted with the ministerial system, and more so with his sovereign who authorized it, he cherished the American cause from motives of resentment and a predilection in favor of freedom, more than from a just sense of the rights of mankind. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1 by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 8, Conclusion. Without religion or country, principle or attachment, gold was his deity, the liberty the idol of his fancy. He hoarded the former without taste for its enjoyment, and worshipped the latter as the patroness of licentiousness, rather than the protectress of virtue. He affected to despise the opinion of the world, yet was fond of applause. Ambitious of fame without the dignity to support it, he emulated the heroes of antiquity in the field, while in private life he sunk into the vulgarity of the clown. Congress did wisely to avail themselves of his military experience in the infancy of a confederated army, and still more wisely in placing him in a degree of subordination. He was on the first list of Continental officers, and only the generals Washington and Ward were named before him. But though nominally the third in rank, as a soldier he was second to no man. The abilities of General Ward were better adapted to the more quiet disquisitions of the cabinet than on the hostile and dangerous scenes of the field or the camp, both which he soon left and retired to private life, when nothing remained to prevent this singular stranger from taking the command of the armies of the United States, but the life of Washington. General Lee, with his detachment from Cambridge, reached New York and put it in a state of defense before Sir Henry Clinton arrived there. though he had sailed from Boston several days previous to its being known at Cambridge. While at New York, Lee drew up a list of suspected persons and disarmed them. He carried his military authority so high that the Congress of that state thought proper to check his career. They informed him that the trial and punishment of their citizens belonged to themselves and not to any military character. He apologized by observing that, when the enemy were at the door, forms must be dispensed with, that his duty to them, to the continent, and to his conscience dictated the measure, that if he had done wrong, he would submit himself to the shame of being imputed rash, but that he should still have the consolation in his own breast that pure motives of serving the community, uncontaminated by individual resentment, had urged him to those steps. The movements of General Lee were so rapid that, to the surprise of Sir Henry Clinton, he was in Virginia before him. But as the object of the British armament was still farther south, Lee, with uncommon celerity, traversed the continent, met General Clinton in North Carolina, and was again ready for the defense of Sullivan's Island, near Charleston in South Carolina, before the arrival of the British troops under the command of General Clinton. Sir Peter Parker had appeared off Cape Fear in the month of May, 1776, with a considerable squadron of line of battle ships, and a number of transports containing several regiments of land forces and a heavy train of artillery. A body of troops commanded by Lord Cornwallis and General Vaughan were soon after landed on Long Island. The design was to unite with General Clinton and reduce Charleston, the rich capital of South Carolina. This state had thrown off their allegiance, assumed a government of their own, and chosen John Rutledge, Esquire, their chief magistrate, under the style and title of President. Notwithstanding the parade of immediate attack, near a month elapsed in total inaction before the assault on Sullivan's Island was begun by the British naval commander. In the meantime, the Americans were strongly posted there. The engagement took place on the 29th of June and was conducted with great spirit and bravery on both sides. The highest encomiums are justly due to the valor and intrepidity of the British officers and seamen, and notwithstanding the courage and ability of General Gadsden, the vigor, activity, and bravery of General Moultrie, and the experience and military knowledge of General Lee, it is possible the action would have terminated more to the honor of the British Navy had they been properly supported by the land forces. It remains yet to be investigated why no attempt was made by the troops on Long Island to cause a diversion on the other side, which would doubtless have altered the whole face of the action, but whether from a series of unexpected resistance, their imaginations had become habituated to view everything through the medium of danger, or whether from a degree of caution that sometimes betrays the brave into the appearance of timidity, or from any jealousies subsisting between the commanders, is uncertain. However, this neglect occasioned loud complaints among the officers of the Navy, nor was it easy for Lord Cornwallis and General Clinton, though high on the rolls of military fame, to wipe off the aspersions thrown on their conduct, even their apologies for their own inactivity, instead of exculpating themselves, were rather a testimony of the skill, ability, and vigor of their antagonists, who, in so short a time, were prepared to bid defiance to the combined force of Britain, though commanded by sea and land, by officers of acknowledged merit in the line of their profession. Many brave officers of the Navy fought with valor and spirit. They would have been truly glorious in a more honorable cause. One instance of this, among many others of the unfortunate who fell on the occasion, was the valiant and spirited Captain Morris of the Bristol. He lost an arm by a ball in the beginning of the engagement, and while retired to dress his wounds, 2 of his surgeons were killed by his side before they had finished the operation. On this, the captain, with his usual intrepidity, resumed his command, when he immediately received a shot through the body and had time only to observe before he expired that he consigned his family to his God and his country. After an obstinate engagement of 10 or 12 hours, the sailors disheartened and their officers wounded. The shattered fleet with difficulty retired to the distance of 3 or 4 miles from the fort, and in a few days put themselves in a condition to withdraw to the general rendezvous before New York. Footnote: Lord William Campbell, governor of South Carolina, who had taken refuge on board one of the king's ships, was mortally wounded in the attack on Fort Moultrie. End of footnote. The triumph of the Americans in this success, who had always justly dreaded the naval power of Britain, was in equal proportion to the chagrin of their enemies, thus repulsed in a quarter where, from the locality of circumstances, they least expected it. The multitude of manumitted slaves and the aristocratic spirit of many of the principal planters had flattered them with the idea that in the southern colonies they should meet but a feeble resistance. Lord Dunmore, who had joined in the expedition, continued several weeks after the repulse to cruise about the borders of Virginia and the Carolinas with his little fleet of fugitives and slaves. But as the midsummer heats increased, a pestilential fever raged on board, which carried off many of the refugees and swept away most of the miserable Negroes he had decoyed from their masters. Forbidden admittance wherever he attempted to land, and suffering for provisions, he burnt several of his vessels. The remainder, except one in which he sheltered himself and family, and 2 other ships of war for his protection, he sent laden with the wretched victims of his folly and cruelty to seek some kind of subsistence in the Floridas, Bermudas, and the West Indies. Lord Howe had been long expected with his motley mercenaries from Hesse, Hanover, and Brunswick. His brother Sir William, after a disagreeable residence of 2 or 3 months at Halifax, did not think proper to wait longer there the arrival of his lordship. Miserably accommodated and painfully agitated by the recollection of his disgraceful flight from Boston, anxious for intelligence from Europe, and distressed by the delay of recruits and supplies, without which little could be done to retrieve his suffering fame, he quitted that station, accompanied by Admiral Schultham, and arrived at Sandy Hook the 29th of June. On his passage to New York, he accidentally fell in with a few scattering transports from England, which he took under his protection, while many less fortunate were captured by the American cruisers. General Howe was, soon after his arrival at New York, joined by the repulsed troops from the southward, and the broken squadron under the command of Sir Peter Parker, by a regiment from St. Augustine, another from Pensacola, also by a few troops from St. Vincent's, some small additions from other posts, and a considerable party of loyalists from New Jersey, and from the environs of Philadelphia and New York, which, by great industry, had been collected and embodied by Governor Tryon. Notwithstanding this acquisition of strength, he found the Continental Army so strongly posted on Long Island and New York that he did not immediately attempt anything of consequence. Immediately after the evacuation of Boston, General Washington had sent on the army in detachments, and when he had made some necessary arrangements for the future defense of the eastern states, he hastened on himself to New York, where he had made all possible preparation for the reception of General Howe. It has just been observed that the British commander had collected all his strength and called in the forces from every quarter of America, except Canada, where, under the direction of the Generals Carleton and Burgoyne, measures were ripening for a junction at Albany with the expected conquerors of the more southern colonies. But in the present circumstance of affairs, General Howe thought proper to land his troops at Staten Island and wait more favorable appearances, which he had reason to expect on the arrival of his brother, an event hourly and anxiously looked for. His lordship was considered by many in America as the harbinger of peace, though advancing in all the pride and pomp of war, accompanied by the ready executioners of every hostile design. It was reported that the commander of formidable equipment, both for sea and land service, came out in a double capacity, that though prepared for offensive operations, Lord Howe had yet a commission from his royal master to accommodate the disputes and to restore tranquility to the colonies on generous and equitable terms. The augurs of each party predicted the consequences of this ministerial maneuver and interpreted the designs of his lordship's commission according to their own hopes, fears, or expectations. In the infancy of her emancipation, America was not such an adept in the science of political intrigue, but that many yet flattered themselves that an accommodation might take place, and the halcyon days might be restored by the interposition of the two brothers, Lord and General Howe, joined in the commission of peace under the sanction of royal indulgence. But more judicious men saw through and despised the bubble of policy, which held a pardon in one hand and a poniard in the other, with the detestable offer of assassination or slavery. They considered the mode of pacification proposed as at once an insult to the feelings, an affront to the understandings of a people too serious for trifling, when all was at stake, and too wise to be cajoled by superficial appearances. Yet, those best acquainted with the situation and character, the genius and connections of the inhabitants of the middle colonies, were not surprised to find many among them who seemed ready to embrace such humiliating conditions as the safety, the interest, the honor, and justice of America were bound to reject. It was well known that from the beginning of the great contest, the lamp of liberty had not burnt so bright in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania as in some other parts of America, though there was a party in New York strongly attached to the cause of the colonies. There had been early reason to suppose that some men of high consideration in that state were not entirely proof against the influence of ministerial gold. New Jersey was the retreat of the timid, the disaffected, and the lovers of inglorious ease from each corner of America. They there thought they might rest secure from the ravages of war, as the torch which was lighted at both ends might be extinguished before it penetrated to the center. The Quakers and the proprietary interest long hung as a dead weight on the spirited measures of the general friends of freedom and of their country, both in Pennsylvania and Maryland. But the incidents of a few months connected every interest and brought almost every dissentient voice into union and hastened on an event that everyone considered as decisive of the fate of America. The necessity of a declaration of independence was acknowledged by all, even Maryland, the last state in the Union that came into the measure, and whose delegates seceded on the question of independence, was among the first who erected their own government and established their own modes of legislation, independent of proprietors or kings. The dread of slavery in free nations has at all times produced more virtues than the principles of their political institutions. Footnote: Travels of Anacharsis. End of footnote. This dread hung heavily on the most sober and judicious, the most wise and virtuous part of the inhabitants of America. They were sensible that both public and private virtue sink with the loss of liberty, and that the nobler emulations that are drawn out and adorn the soul of man, when not fettered by servility, frequently hide themselves in the shade, or shrink into littleness at the frown of a despot. They felt too much for themselves, and feared too much for posterity, longer to balance between either complete or partial submission, or an unreserved and entire claim to absolute independence. These ideas precipitated the important era when a connection was dissolved, the continuance of which both nature and affection seemed to require. Great Britain, the revered parent, and America, the dutiful child, had long been bound together by interest, by a sameness of habits, manners, religion, laws, and government. The recollection of their original consanguinity had always been cherished with an amiable sensibility, or a kind of mechanic enthusiasm that promoted mutual felicity when they met on each other's shores, or in distant lands saluted each other in the same language. A dereliction of old habits of friendship and attachment was far from the wish of many who had yet strongly opposed the ministerial system. But the period was now arrived when America felt her wrongs without hope of redress, and supported her own rights by assuming her rank as a distinct nation on the political theater. We shall see her relinquish at once all hopes of protection or fears of control from the sovereignty of Britain. The reverential awe with which she had formerly viewed her potent parent was laid aside, and every effort made to forget her fond attachment for a people that from her earliest infancy she had looked up to as fathers, brothers, and friends. The severities of the British government towards the American colonies had not yet taught them to express themselves in any other modes of language but what indicated their firm attachment to the mother country, nor had they erased the habitual ideas, even of tenderness, conveyed in their usual modes of expression. When they formed a design to visit England, it had always been thus announced: "I am going home." Home, the seat of happiness, the retreat to all the felicities of the human mind, is too intimately associated with the best feelings of the heart to announce without pain, whether applied to the natural or the political parent. End of section 29. Section 30 of the History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1 by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 9, Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence, Lord Howe's arrival in America, action on Long Island, retreat of the Americans through the Jerseys and the loss of the forts Washington and Lee, affairs in Canada, surprise of the Hessians at Trenton, various transactions in the Jerseys, General Howe's retreat, makes headquarters at Brunswick, his indecision, some traits of his character. The commissioners who had been announced as the messengers of peace were now hourly expected, but the dubious aspect of their mission and the equivocal character in which they were about to appear was far from lulling to inattention the guardians of the cause of America. Their errand was ostensibly to restore peace to the colonies, but many circumstances combined to evince that the design was, in reality, to furnish new pretext for the prosecution of the war with redoubled vigor. Thus was the Continental Congress fully convinced of the impropriety of longer holding themselves in suspense by desultory hopes, or the uncertain termination of their expectations or their fears. They were sensible the step they were about to take would either set their country on the pinnacle of human glory or plunge it in the abject state into which turbulent and conquered colonies have been generally reduced. Yet they wisely judged that this was a proper period to break the shackles and renounce all political union with the parent state by a free and bold declaration of the independence of the American states. This measure had been contemplated by some gentlemen in the several colonies some months before it took place. They had communicated their sentiments to the individual members of Congress, but that body had been apprehensive that the people at large were not prepared to unite in a step so replete with important consequences. But the moment of decision had now arrived, when both the Congress and the inhabitants of the colonies advanced too far to recede. Richard Henry Lee, Esquire, a delegate from the state of Virginia, a gentleman of distinguished abilities, uniform patriotism, and unshaken firmness and integrity, was the first who dared explicitly to propose that this decided measure on which hung such mighty consequences should no longer be delayed. This public and unequivocal proposal from a man of his virtue and shining qualities appeared to spread a kind of sudden dismay. A silent astonishment for a few minutes seemed to pervade the whole assembly. This was soon succeeded by a long debate and a considerable division of sentiment on the important question. After the short silence just observed, the measure proposed by Mr. Lee was advocated with peculiar zeal by John Adams, Esquire, of the Massachusetts Bay. He rose with the face of intrepidity and the voice of energy, and invoked the God of eloquence to enable him to do justice to the cause of his country, and to enforce this important step in such a manner as might silence all opposition, and convince everyone of the necessity of an immediate declaration of the independence of the United States of America. Mr. John Dickinson of Pennsylvania took the lead in opposition to the boldness and danger of this decided measure. He had drawn the petition to the king forwarded by Mr. Penn, and though no man was more strenuous in support of the rights of the colonies, he had always been averse to a separation from Britain, and shuddered at the idea of an avowed revolt of the American colonies. He arose on this occasion with no less solemnity than Mr. Adams had recently done, and with equal pathos of expression and more brilliance of epithet. He invoked the great governor of the universe to animate him with powers of language sufficient to exhibit a view of the dread consequences to both countries that such a hasty dismemberment of the empire might produce. He descanted largely on the happy effects that might probably ensue from more patient and conciliatory dispositions, and urged at least a temporary suspension of a step that could never be revoked. He declared that it was his opinion that even policy forbade the precipitation of this measure, and that humanity more strongly dictated that they ought to wait longer the success of petitions and negotiations before they formally renounced their allegiance to the King of Great Britain, broke off all connection with England, plunged alone into an unequal war, and rushed without allies into the unforeseen and inevitable dangers that attended it. The consequences of such a solemn act of separation were indeed of serious and extensive magnitude. The energy of brilliant talents and great strength of argument were displayed by both parties on this weighty occasion. The reasons urging the necessity of decision and the indubitable danger of delay were clear and cogent, the objections plausible, humane, and important. But after a fair discussion of the question, an accurate statement of the reasons for adopting the measure, and a candid scrutiny of the objections against it, grounded either on policy or humanity, a large majority of the members of Congress appeared in favor of an immediate renunciation of allegiance to the Crown, or any future subjugation to the King of Great Britain. A declaration of the independence of America and the sovereignty of the United States was drawn by the ingenious and philosophic pen of Thomas Jefferson, Esquire, a delegate from the state of Virginia. Footnote: This wise and patriotic statesman was afterwards appointed ambassador to the court of France. On the adoption of the present constitution of government, he was appointed secretary for foreign affairs, was chosen vice president, and afterwards president of the United States of America. End of footnote. The delegates from 12 of the American states agreed almost unanimously to this declaration, the language, the principles, and the spirit of which were equally honorable to themselves and their country. Footnote: The members from Maryland seceded, but in a short time after joined the Confederation. End of footnote. It was signed by John Hancock, then President of Congress, on the 4th of July, 1776. The allegiance of 13 states at once withdrawn by a solemn declaration from a government towards which they had looked with the highest veneration, whose authority they had acknowledged, whose laws they had obeyed, whose protection they had claimed for more than a century and a half, was a consideration of solemnity, a bold resolution, an experiment of hazard, especially when the infancy of the colonies as a nation, without wealth, resources, or allies, was contrasted with the strength, riches, and power of Great Britain. The timid trembled at the ideas of final separation. The disciples of passive obedience were shocked by a reflection of a breach of faith to their ancient sovereign, and the enemies to the general freedom of mankind were incensed to madness or involved in despair. But these classes bore a small proportion to those who resented the rejection of their petitions, and coolly surveyed the impending dangers that threatened themselves and their children, which rendered it clear to their apprehension that this step was necessary to their political salvation. They considered themselves no longer bound by any moral tie to render fealty to a sovereign thus disposed to encroach on their civil freedom, which they could now secure only by a social compact among themselves, and which they determined to maintain or perish in the attempt. By the Declaration of Independence, dreaded by the foes, and for a time doubtfully viewed by many of the friends of America, everything stood on a new and more respectable footing, both with regard to the operations of war or negotiations with foreign powers. Americans could now no more be considered as rebels in their proposals for treaties of peace and conciliation with Britain. They were a distinct people who claimed the rights, the usages, the faith, and the respect of nations uncontrolled by any foreign power. The colonies thus irretrievably lost to Great Britain. A new face appeared on all affairs, both at home and abroad. America had been little known among the kingdoms of Europe. She was considered only as an appendage to the power of Britain. The principles of her sons were in some respects dissimilar, and their manners not yet brought up to the standard of refinement reigning in ancient courts. Her statesmen in general were unacquainted with the intrigues necessary for negotiation, and the finesse usually hackneyed in and about the cabinets of princes. She now appeared in their eyes, a new theater, pregnant with events that might be interesting to the civil and political institutions of nations that had never before paid much attention to the growth, population, and importance of an immense territory beyond the Atlantic. The United States had their ambassadors to create, or to transplant from the bar or the compting house. Their generals were many of them the yeomanry or the tradesmen of the country. Their subordinate officers had been of equal rank and fortune, and the army to be governed was composed of many of the old associates of the principal officers, and were equally tenacious of personal liberty. The regalia of power, orders of nobility, and the splendor of courts had been by them viewed only at a distance. The discipline of armies was entirely new. The difficulty of connecting many distinct states to act as if it were by one will. The expenses of government in new exigencies, and the waste of war had not yet been accurately calculated by their politicians and statesmen. But their senators, their representatives, and their magistrates were generally sagacious and vigilant, upright and firm. Their officers were brave, their troops in spirits, and with a full confidence in their commander-in-chief. Hope was exhilarated by the retreat from Boston and the repeated successes of their arms at the southward, while new dignity was added to office and stronger motives for illustrious action by the rank America had now taken among the nations. Thus, by the Declaration of Independence, they had new ground to tread. The scene of action was changed. Genius was called forth from every quarter of the continent, and the public expectation enhanced by the general favorable appearance in all their military operations. In this situation stood affairs, both in the cabinet and the field, when Lord Howe arrived at Staten Island, with a formidable squadron under his command, on the 12th of July, 1776. At the head of this hostile arrangement, His lordship came in full confidence of success, yet amidst the splendor and parade of war, while he held out his potent arm, he still cherished the desultory hope of peace. By a pompous declaration, he early announced his specific powers to principal magistrates of the several colonies, and promised pardon to all who, in the late times, had deviated from their allegiance on condition that they would speedily return to their duty, and gave encouragement that they should, on compliance, hereafter reap the benefit of royal favor. Lord Howe observed in his declaration that the commissioners were authorized in His Majesty's name to declare any province, colony, county, district, or town to be at the peace of His Majesty, and that due consideration should be had to the meritorious services of any who should aid or assist in restoring the public tranquillity, that their dutiful representations should be received, pardons granted, and suitable encouragement to such as would promote the measures of legal government and peace, in pursuance of His Majesty's most gracious purposes. Footnote: This declaration and the consequent resolves of Congress may be seen at large in the public journals of the session of 1776. End of footnote. Congress ordered the declaration to be immediately published in all the American gazettes, that the people of the United States may be fully informed of the terms of peace, that they might see for themselves that the business of the commissioners was to amuse, disunite, and deceive them, and that those who still continued in suspense, from hopes founded either on the justice or moderation of the court of Great Britain, might now be fully convinced that their own valor, virtue, and firmness must rescue and preserve the freedom of their country. Footnote: The American Congress were not remiss at this time in exerting their efforts to detach foreigners from the service of Britain, and alluring them to become inhabitants of the United States, by promising them a quiet residence, an allotment of lands, and a security from all interruptions in the enjoyment of their religious opinions, and the investiture of all the privileges of native citizens. End of footnote. The next advance his lordship made for the execution of his commission was by a flag sent on shore within a few days after his arrival, with a letter directed to George Washington, Esquire. By their principles and their professions, the Americans were taught at this period to look down on titles and distinguished ranks. Yet, in this instance, they did not think proper to pass over the implicit denial of either to their commander-in-chief. It was viewed as a designed affront from those who consider such adventitious circumstances of so much consequence as carefully to avoid all honorary epithets in their addresses to the first officers of the United States. It was thought more becoming the dignity of his station, both as a soldier and a patriot, for the chief commander to refuse an address that tacitly denied the legality of his commission, and the right now claimed of negotiating on terms of equality. This letter was therefore, by the advice of the principal officers, returned unopened. This drew out a second advance from the hands of the British commissioners, when Major Patterson, Adjutant General of the Army, was charged with the letter directed to George Washington, etc., etc., etc. He was received in military state, and treated with great politeness in the American camp. His lordship, in this second address, expressed the highest respect for the private character of General Washington, but as he did not yet condescend to acknowledge the commander-in-chief of the American troops as anything more than a rebel in arms, this letter was also returned without breaking the seal. Many civilities passed in this interview with Mr. Patterson, who did not forget to insinuate his own wishes for the restoration of friendship and harmony between the two countries. He, with due propriety, made several observations on the extensive powers vested in the commissioners for this salutary purpose. This introduced some general conversation relative to the treatment of prisoners on both sides. The conference was of some length, but as no circumstance indicated a happy result from the negotiation, General Washington, in the most explicit terms, informed the British Adjutant General that the inhabitants of the American states were generally of opinion that a people armed in defense of their rights were in the way of their duty, that conscious of no criminality, they needed no pardon, and as his lordship's commission extended no farther, nothing important could be expected from protracting the negotiation. In the meantime, reinforcements were daily dropping into the assistance of the British Army. The scattered divisions of Hessians, Waldeckers, etc., designed for the summer campaign, had been somewhat retarded by not knowing with certainty the spot destined for headquarters. They had, some of them, sailed directly for Halifax. This occasioned a delay of any energetic movement until the latter part of the month of August, when the British Army began to act with vigor. End of section 30.
Section 31 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 9, Part 2. General Washington had rather incautiously encamped the bulk of his army on Long Island, a large and plentiful district about 2 miles from the city of New York. This island contained many settlements through an extent of 120 miles in length. It was inhabited principally by loyalists and persons generally disaffected to the American cause. Many were at a loss for a reason, nor indeed could any conjecture why the commander of the American army should hazard his troops on an island liable at any moment to be surrounded by the British Navy. However it was, several thousand Americans were there posted under the command of the Generals Putnam, Sullivan, and William Alexander, Lord Stirling. Sir William Howe very wisely judged that it was a less arduous and a more promising undertaking to dislodge the Americans from their encampment on the island than a direct attempt to reduce New York. The Royal Army at that time consisted of about 30,000 men. These he found no difficulty in landing from Staten Island, and in detachments posted them from one end of Long Island to the other, separated from the Americans by a ridge of hills covered with woods. Very fortunately for the enterprise of the British, one of the American outguards early fell into the hands of General Clinton. In consequence of some intelligence gained by this accident, he, before daylight on the morning of the 27th of August, possessed himself of some very advantageous heights, and made such a judicious arrangement of his troops as might have ensured success, even had the Americans been better prepared for the attack, which at that time was rather unexpected. The assault was begun by the Hessian General de Heister. He opened the cannonade in front of the American lines early on the morning of the 28th. A general engagement speedily ensued. Nearly the whole of the British forces were called into action under the command of Sir Henry Clinton, Earl Percy, and Lord Cornwallis. By some fatal neglect, a very important post was left unguarded by the American, which was seized by the British troops, who fought on this occasion with a spirit and bravery becoming the experienced commander and the hardy veteran. The American troops were early deranged. Apprised of their danger, they with great resolution endeavored to recover their camp, but nearly surrounded by the British and pushed in the center by the Hessians, they were so far from effecting their design that their retreat was nearly cut off. Yet many of them desperately fought their way through some of the British lines and again bravely stood on their defense. Others, entangled in the woods and marshes through which they endeavored to escape, were either captured or perished in the attempt. In the midst of the general anxiety for the danger and distress of the little army on Long Island, General Washington, undoubtedly anxious to retrieve his mistake in thus exposing them, passed over from New York to endeavor to secure the retreat of the surviving troops. This was executed in the night of the 29th, without noise or tumult. The remainder of the broken regiments that had outlived the fatal action abandoned the island with a considerable part of their baggage, some artillery, and military stores, and without molestation reached the city of New York. They had made a bold and resolute stand against far superior numbers and discipline, and it may be deemed fortunate that any of them escaped, as on an island they might easily have been hemmed in by a small number of British ships. Perhaps the commanders on both sides were afterwards sensible of their error, the one in hazarding his troops in such an exposed situation, the other in suffering a single American to escape either captivity or death. The loss of men in this action was not inconsiderable on either side, but it fell most heavily on the Americans. Many brave men perished by the sword. Others, as was observed, were lost in the morasses and swamps to which they had fled on the defeat. 3 general officers and a large number of inferior rank were made prisoners. A regiment of valiant young men from Maryland, many of them of family and fortune, commanded by the gallant Colonel Smallwood, were almost to a man cut off. The misfortune of the day was severely felt by them, but without checking the ardor of the American army, the people, or the Continental Congress. The same uniform dignity and unruffled superiority of mind appeared in the judicious determinations of the united delegates, in the conduct of the State Departments, and in the subsequent firmness of most of the military officers as before this defeat. But the success of their arms and the acquisition of Long Island exhilarated the spirits of the British and gave hopes of more compliant dispositions and a more ready acquiescence in the requisitions of ministers or the veto of kings, and that the business of the commissioners might now be brought forward without further impediment. Not many days after the retreat from Long Island, Congress was called upon to exhibit a new proof of their firmness. General Sullivan, one of the captured officers, was dispatched on parole with a message to that assembly in the joint names of Lord and General Howe. The purport of the message was that they had full powers and that they were disposed to treat on terms of accommodation and peace. At the same time, they intimated that as Congress was not considered in the eye of majesty as a legal assembly, they only desired a private conference with a few individuals belonging to that body, in the character and capacity of private gentlemen. To this extraordinary request, which threw them into a very delicate situation, Congress replied that as delegates of a free and independent people, they could, with no propriety, send any of the members of Congress in a private capacity on an errand so replete with public consequences, but they would depute a committee from their body to inquire by what authority and on what terms his lordship and brother were empowered to negotiate. The insidious message received had no tendency to eradicate the previous opinion of Congress that this was but a ministerial pretext to palliate their injurious designs. They were convinced that the commission of the agents was derogatory to the great national councils and to that high authority which had vested the British commissioners with no powers but to pardon those who deemed themselves guiltless, and with no conciliatory proposals at which freemen would not spurn unless driven to despair. Yet they condescended so far to this political trifling as to depute a very respectable committee to meet Lord Howe and confer on the subject. The celebrated Dr. Franklin, the Honorable Mr. Rutledge of South Carolina, and John Adams, Esquire, of the Massachusetts, were the persons chosen for this singular interview. On a stipulated day, they met his lordship on Staten Island, accompanied only by Mr. Strachey as secretary. He received them with much civility, but conversed equivocally, and though careful not to be explicit, It did not require the penetration of men of far less superior abilities to discover that he was restricted to very narrow limits for a negotiator between contending nations. It was evident that he had no plan of accommodation or any proposals for amity on any terms but those of absolute and unconditional submission. Yet these gentlemen patiently attended to the circumvolutions of his lordship, who observed neither precision or perspicuity in his modes of conversing, nor could he disguise an apparent embarrassment under the display of affability and good humor. It was even painful to see a British nobleman endowed with talents for the most honorable employments thus reduced to act under a veil of intrigue, inconsistent with the character of the gentleman or the man of business. Note: the above detail of the interview on Staten Island was soon after verbally related to the author of these annals by one of the Committee of Conference. End note. This conference continued 3 or 4 hours, when a short and frugal repast concluded a negotiation that had fed many well-meaning people with delusory hopes, and for several months had been the subject of political speculation both in Europe and America. This singular interview had indeed little other effect than, on the one side, to rivet that strong disgust which before existed against the treacherous counsels of the British ministry and Parliament, and on the other, to convince more perfectly the agents of monarchy of the determined spirit of America and the ability of the men with whom she had entrusted the security of her rights. However, when the parties took leave of each other, it was not without some tender emotions. Dr. Franklin had been in long habits of friendship and intimacy with Lord Howe. They had, in England, frequently conversed, and afterwards corresponded on the parliamentary dispute with America. Their regard for each other was mutual, and as there was now every reason to suppose this would be the last personal interview between them, the idea was painful that this political storm might sweep away all remains of private friendship. Note: in the familiar conversation between Lord Howe and Dr. Franklin, his lordship expressed a regard for the Americans and the pain he felt for their approaching sufferings. Dr. Franklin, in his easy, sententious manner, thanked him for his regards and assured him that, quote, the Americans would show their gratitude by endeavoring to lessen as much as possible all pain he might feel on their account by exerting their utmost abilities in taking good care of themselves. End quote. End note. It was not long after all ideas of negotiation were relinquished before the commissioners and their sovereign had the most positive proofs that though the villages might be disdained with the crimson tide that threatened to deluge the land, yet freedom in her last asylum would resist the designs of all who had sighed for her annihilation to the last moment of her existence. The late defeat of the Americans and the entire possession of Long Island threw accumulated advantages into the hand of the British commander, who made immediate preparation to attack and take possession of the city of New York. In consequence of these movements, General Washington, advised by the most judicious of his officers, thought it prudent to evacuate the city without further delay. Note: General Lee particularly, who had just arrived from Georgia. He, by urging this advice, may be said to share in the merit of saving the American army. End note. It would indeed have been madness to have attempted a longer defense with his diminished numbers against a potent army flushed with recent success. The American army was drawn off from above Kingsbridge on the 21st of October, but a day before the British took possession of the city. General Washington encamped his retreating troops on the heights of Harlem, about 9 miles distance from Kingsbridge. When General Howe took possession of the evacuated post, he must, from this event, undoubtedly have felt some consolation for the mortification he had suffered on recollecting the circumstances of his flight from Boston. the alternate triumph or chagrin from the uncertain chances and events of war are generally of short duration. The Americans, now in their turn, experienced the pains of anxiety, disappointment, and want through a rapid flight from post to post before a victorious army who despised their weakness and ridiculed their want of discipline. General Howe placed a strong detachment in the garrison for the defense of the city of New York and immediately marched with the main body of his army in pursuit of Washington. He crossed East River, seized a point of land near Westchester, and made himself master of the lower road to Connecticut, with design to impede the intercourse between the northern and southern states. By this movement, he also hoped to impel the American commander, at every hazard, to risk an engagement that might probably have been decisive. But General Washington was too well acquainted with human nature to suffer his troops, though ardent for action and impatient of delay, to trust to the impulse of constitutional courage and expose the reputation of the American arms and the decision of the great contest to the uncertain events of a day, under the present disadvantages of number and discipline. A second defeat in so short a time would undoubtedly have spread dismay, and perhaps a defection that might have been fatal to the independence of America. Note: this opinion was corroborated by the behavior of the Americans when the British landed from Kep's Bay, September 15. They discovered a timidity that nothing can excuse, but their recent sufferings on Long Island, their inferior numbers, and their dread of the superior discipline of British troops. End note. He was sensible his troops, though naturally brave, were not sufficiently inured to danger and hardened by experience to raise the mind to that sublime pitch of enthusiasm and inflexibility necessary to stand their ground against superior strength, discipline, and numbers. He therefore determined, by cautious and guarded marches, to keep in flank with the British army until circumstances might put it in his power to combat on more equal terms. End of section 31. Section 32 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 9, Part 3. He placed a strong party in Fort Washington, a fortress near Kingsbridge, which, though well provided, was at the time judged not tenable by some of his best officers. This opinion was overruled, and between 3,000 and 4,000 men were left there. This was considered by many a second fatal mistake of the renowned Washington. Note: General Washington, however, was undoubtedly advised to this step by several of his best officers. End note. With the remainder of the army, the commander-in-chief decamped and moved towards the high grounds on the upper road to Boston. The possession of this part of the country was an important object. Of consequence, the Americans were closely pursued by General Howe, who did not yet relinquish his hopes for a decisive action. Frequent skirmishes had taken place on the route, without material advantages on either side, but on the 28th of October, the British overtook the American army near the White Plains, 30 miles distant from New York City, when an action of moment ensued. The attack was begun by the Hessians, the forlorn hope of the British army. They were commanded by General de Heister and Colonel Rall. Equal resolution animated both parties, and a considerable slaughter among the troops on both sides took place. Note: among the slain was the valiant Colonel Smallwood, whose regiment was nearly cut to pieces in the action on Long Island. End note. The Americans, unable to bear these losses, fully apprised of the strength of their enemy, and that reinforcements had recently arrived under Lord Percy, both the American commander and the Army were equally unwilling to take a more distant position. The British Army had gained several very important advantages, among which was the command of the River Bronx, which was passed by Colonel Rowell, who by this means acquired a very important post, which enabled him essentially to annoy the American Army. The action on the White Plains was a well-fought battle on both sides, but the Americans had neither the numbers, the experience, nor the equipments for war at that time, which rendered them equally able to cope with the strength, the numbers, the preparation, and the valor of the British Army, under officers whose trade had long been that of war. And though the American commander made his escape with his final armament and retreated with all the prudence and firmness of a general who had been long tried in the field of action, the British had certainly a right in this affair to boast a complete victory. Note: the town of White Plains was set on fire after the action, and all the houses and forage near the lines burnt. This the British writers charge to the account of the American commander. End note. After the engagement, General Washington found it necessary to quit the field. He drew back in the night to his entrenchments, and the next day took possession of some higher grounds about the distance of 2 miles. General Howe, after parading a few days near the late scene of action and indiscriminately plundering the neighborhood, ordered his tents to be struck and the movement of his whole army to be made towards New York. As his troops had long been kept in continual motion, were fatigued and harassed by sudden alarms, and the season far advanced, it was rationally concluded that his design was to repair immediately to winter quarters. But by a stroke of generalship, little expected where no remarkable superiority in military knowledge had yet been discovered, affairs took a most unfavorable turn for the Americans, and reduced the little resolute Continental Army to dangers and distresses, to exertions and vigor scarcely to be paralleled in history. The numbers that had already fallen on both sides by the rapid movements and frequent skirmishes for the space of 3 or 4 months cannot be ascertained with exactitude. It was computed that not less than 5,000, principally Hessians, either perished or deserted from the ministerial army after the action of Long Island to the middle of November, when General Howe laid the estimate before Lord George Germain. Note: in General Howe's letter to the Secretary for American Affairs, he acknowledged he had lost upwards of 300 staff and other officers, and between 4,000 and 5,000 privates. End note. The Americans undoubtedly suffered in more than equal proportion, and from many causes were much less able to bear the reduction. The peculiar mode of raising troops hitherto adopted by the United States had a tendency to retard the operations of war, and in some measure to defeat the best concerted plans, either for enterprise or defense. The several colonies had furnished their quota of men for a limited term only, and the country, unused to standing armies and the control of military power, impatient at the subordination necessary in a camp, and actuated by a strong sense of the liberty of the individual, each one had usually returned to his habitation at the expiration of his term of service, in spite of every danger that threatened the whole. This had occasioned frequent calls on the militia of the country in aid of the army thus weakened, and kept in continual fluctuation by raw recruits, raised and sent on for a few months at a time. In addition to these embarrassments, animosities had sometimes arisen between the Southern and Eastern troops, occasioned by the revival of some old local prejudices. The aristocratic spirit that had been formerly characteristic of the South frequently appeared in airs of assumed superiority, very disgusting to the feelings of their Eastern brethren, the bold and hardy New Englanders, the full-blooded Yankees, as they sometimes boasted themselves, who, having few slaves at their command, had always been used to more equality of condition, both in rank, fortune, and education. These trivial causes sometimes raised animosities to such a height that in the present circumstances of the army, the authority of the commander-in-chief was scarcely sufficient to restrain them. General Washington was also obliged often in his retreat through the Jerseys to press for provisions, forage, and clothing in a manner new to the inhabitants of America, who, as their misfortunes seemed to thicken, grew more remiss for a time in voluntary aids to the army. Their grain was seized and threshed out for the use of the troops, their blankets, provisions, etc., forcibly taken from their houses, with a promise of payment in paper bills when the exigencies of the country should permit. But it always appeared to the people the act of some subordinate officers rather than the order of the commander-in-chief. Thus was his popularity kept up, and thus were the inhabitants of the Jerseys plundered by each party, while many of them disaffected to both were uncertain on which side to declare. General Howe, well acquainted with these embarrassing circumstances and apprised that Congress were taking measures to remedy the evils in future, wisely judged that as he could not force Washington to a general engagement, it would be more advantageous for the present to suspend his pursuit and dislodge the Americans from their strongholds in the environs of New York. He was too sensible, from the causes above related, that the Continental Army would diminish of itself as soon as the term of their enlistment expired. From these considerations, he drew back his army with a determination to invest Fort Washington immediately. Note: near Kingsbridge, 15 miles from the city of New York. End note. This fortress, on the one side of the North River, and Fort Lee on the opposite shore, commanded the whole navigation of the river, at the same time that it impeded the communication with New York by land. General Washington could not rationally suppose that a post of so much importance would remain long unmolested, or that the garrison could be defended against the whole force of the British Army. General Lee afterwards boasted in a letter to a friend that he had advised the evacuation of both Fort Washington and Fort Lee previous to the main body of the American army leaving the neighborhood of New York. However this might have been, it was indeed a great mistake that it was not done. General Washington might then have had the assistance of the brave men who fell there. Note: an officer of the Army wrote to General Lee after the surrender of Fort Washington and expressed himself thus, quote, "We have all additional reasons for most earnestly wishing to have you where the principal scene of action is laid. I have no doubt, had you been here, the garrison of Mount Washington would now have composed a part of this army. Every gentleman of the family, the officers and soldiers generally, have a confidence in you. The enemy constantly inquire where you are, and seem to me to be less confident when you are present. We are informed by an officer lately liberated that the enemy have a southern expedition in view, that they hold us very cheap in consequence of the late affair at Mount Washington, where both the plan of defense and execution were contemptible. If a real defense of the lines was intended, the number was too few. If the fort only, the garrison was too numerous by half." End quote. Extract from General Reed to General Lee. End note. General Knyphausen, with 6 battalions, suddenly crossed the country from Rochelle to Kingsbridge, where, joined by the light infantry and grenadiers, the one commanded by Lord Cornwallis, the other by Earl Percy, the fort was on all sides attacked with vigor and defended with bravery. On the 16th of November, Colonel McGaw, the commanding officer, was summoned to surrender without further delay. He requested that he might be allowed to consider till 9 o'clock the next morning before he gave a decisive answer. It was replied that 2 hours only were granted. At the expiration of this short parley, the Adjutant General of the British Army, who waited the reply, was informed that the fort would be defended to the last moment. Accordingly, a resistance was made with astonishing valor for several hours, but to prevent the farther effusion of blood, the Americans yielded to necessity and surrendered themselves prisoners of war at the moment when the Hessian and British troops were on the point of storming the garrison. Near 3,000 Continental troops were lost by this disaster. These unhappy victims of war, notwithstanding the inclemency of the season, were stripped of their apparel and thrown naked into the jails of New York, where, after suffering the extremes of misery from cold, hunger, and sickness, most of them perished. The remnant who escaped immediate death were, after some months' imprisonment, sent on parole to visit their friends, many of them infected with the smallpox, and all of them in such a languishing, emaciated condition as proved a useful lesson to their countrymen, who by this instance of severity towards the brave and unfortunate were universally convinced that death in the field of battle was much to be preferred to the cruelties they had reason to expect if they fell into British hands, though a nation once famed for the virtues of justice, generosity, and clemency. After the surrender of Fort Washington, no time was lost. The advantages gained by the British troops were pushed with spirit. With the utmost ease, they took possession of Fort Lee. The American garrison fled on the first apprehension of an attack, without offering the smallest resistance. General Howe embraced these favorable circumstances to prosecute his designs, stimulated by the hope of reaching and surprising Philadelphia before the American army could be reinforced. Thus, near the close of the campaign, when the Continental troops were daily dropping off and a severe winter setting in, he had every reason to cherish his most sanguine hopes. He for some time pushed his purposes with vigor and alacrity, and obliged General Washington with a handful of men to retreat from town to town until hunted through the state of New Jersey and even over the Delaware, which he had time to cross only 6 hours before the whole body of the British army, consisting of 10,000 or 12,000 men, were on the opposite banks. The reasons why General Howe did not sooner overtake the distressed fugitives, or why he cantoned his troops without crossing the river and taking possession of the city of Philadelphia, remain yet to be investigated. The retreat was conducted with ability, but the remnant that escaped was too small to intimidate the enemy or to encourage the friends of the American cause. A great part of the inhabitants of the city, either from fear, affection, or interest, were at that time disposed to receive with open arms the British commander, and the consternation of all parties operated in favor of erecting the King's standard in the capital of America. End of section 32. Section 33 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 9, Part 4. Congress, by advice of some military characters, precipitately removed to Baltimore in the state of Maryland. The public concern was also heightened at this critical period by the recent capture of General Lee. He had been collecting a number of militia in the neighborhood of Morristown with the design to fall on the rear of the British Army while in chase of Washington through the Jerseys. It is not known why he was thus unguarded, but he incautiously lodged at the little village of Baskinridge, 4 miles from the troops he had collected and about 20 from the British Army. Here he was betrayed, surprised, and taken prisoner. Colonel Harcourt of the Light Horse conducted the enterprise with so much address that with a very small party he without noise passed all the American guards on his way, surrounded the house, and took possession of his prisoner without the smallest resistance. In the hurry of the business, Lee was not suffered to take either hat or cloak, and thus, in a ruffian-like manner, was he conducted to the British headquarters. A peculiar triumph was enjoyed by his enemies in the capture of this single officer. They considered his services at that period of the greatest consequence to the American army. In addition to this, He was viewed as a rebel to the sovereign of Britain in a double sense, both as a deserter from the king's service, in which he had long held an honorable rank, and as an abettor of the American defection, and one of the first officers in their army. He was, of course, confined in the strictest manner, and threatened with military execution as a traitor to the king. The Americans at that time had no British prisoners of equal rank, yet they made the most strenuous efforts for his release. A Colonel Campbell, with 5 Hessian field officers, were soon after offered for the exchange of General Lee. When this was refused, General Washington advertised Sir William Howe that their blood must atone for his life if Lee fell a sacrifice to the resentment of his enemies. Humanity recoils at the sufferings of individuals who, by the laws of retaliation, are deemed the legal victims of policy. But though the mind of the gentle may be wounded by the necessity, habit, in time, too often learns it to acquiesce in the cruel policy of nations. Public emergencies may require the hand of severity to fall heavily on those who are not personally guilty, but compassion prompts and ever urges to milder methods. However, General Lee was not executed, nor suddenly released. Colonel Campbell was closely imprisoned and treated with much severity, and a considerable time elapsed before either of them were relieved, except by some mitigation in the manner of Colonel Campbell's confinement, which was carried to an extreme not warranted even to a notorious felon. Note: General Lee was also treated very severely until the defeat of Burgoyne. After this he was permitted to repair to New York on parole, and soon after liberated by an exchange of prisoners. End note. Perhaps at no period of the great struggle for independence were the affairs of the United States at so low an ebb as at the present. The footsteps of the British Army in their route through the Jerseys were everywhere marked with the most wanton instances of rapine and bloodshed. Even the sacred repositories of the dead were not unmolested by the sacrilegious hands of the soldiery. Note: this usage of the dead is authenticated by the accounts of several gentlemen of respectability near the scene of action. End note. While the licentiousness of their officers spread rape, misery, and despair indiscriminately through every village. Thus, while human nature was disgraced and the feelings of benevolence shocked by the perpetration of every crime, when the army spared neither age or sex, youth, beauty, or innocence, it is observable that the distress of war had fallen principally on that state which at that time contained a greater proportion of persons attached to the royal cause than could have been found in any other part of America. But so intermixed and blended were persons, families, and parties of different political opinions that it was not easy to distinguish, in the wanton riot of victory, their friends from their foes, or the Royalists from the Whigs, even had the Royal Army been disposed to discriminate. It was indeed impossible for their foreign auxiliaries to make any distinction among Americans, though some British officers would gladly have checked the insolence of triumph, unbalanced by any principle of religion, honor, or humanity. A neglect of strict discipline prevented the melioration of crime and misery, and filled up the measure of censure which afterwards fell on the commander-in-chief of the British forces, even from those who wished to give his military operations the most brilliant cast. Note: see Sir William Howe's defense of his conduct in his Letters to Administration, published in London. End note. Had General Howe persevered in his pursuit and have crossed the Delaware, he would inevitably have destroyed even the vestige of an American army. The remnant of the old troops drawn into Philadelphia was too small for resistance. The citizens were divided and intimidated. Congress had retreated to Baltimore. The country was dispirited, and Washington himself, ready to despair, had actually consulted some of his officers on the expediency of flying to the back parts of Pennsylvania, or even beyond the Allegheny Mountains to escape the usual fate of unsuccessful rebels, or as himself expressed it, to save his neck from a halter. Note: this was confidentially said to an officer who reported that the general put his hand to his neck and observed that it did not feel as if made for a halter. See Stedman's History. It is probable if ever General Washington really expressed himself in this manner, it was uttered more from the momentary ebullition of distress than from the serious contemplation of despair. It discovered more a determination to live free than any timidity from sudden dismay. Had General Howe overtaken the American troops and have secured their commander, he would doubtless have been made a victim of severe vengeance. End note. Thus, without an army, without allies, and without resources, the gloom of disappointment overspread not only the brow of the commander-in-chief, but expanded wide, and ruin from every quarter lowered on the face of American freedom. Newport and the adjacent islands were taken possession of by a part of the British Army and Navy under the command of Commodore Sir Peter Parker and Sir Henry Clinton. The whole colony of Rhode Island was not able to make the smallest resistance to the seizure of their capital, and to complete the climax of danger which this melancholy winter exhibited, the eruptions of the natives in various parts was not the least. Many tribes of those aborigines, stimulated by their native fierceness, wrought up still higher by British influence, and headed by some American desperadoes in the service of Britain, were making the most horrid depredations on the back settlements of some of the southern states. Nor did the affairs of America at the northward wear a more favorable aspect. General Carleton had conducted the campaign of this year with the ability of the statesman and the courage of the soldier, and notwithstanding the severity of his general character, he, with a degree of humanity honorable to himself and exemplary to his military associates, had been disposed to commiserate the unfortunate. It has been observed that all who fell into his hands after the death of General Montgomery were treated with lenity and tenderness. He was doubtless sensible that a war enkindled more to satiate a spirit of resentment and pride than to establish the principles of justice, required every palliative to mitigate the odium of the disgraceful design of subduing America by the aid of savages who had hutted for ages in the wilderness beyond the distant lakes. General Carleton, with the most extraordinary vigilance and vigor, had conducted the pursuit of the Americans until Arnold and his party were chased out of the province of Quebec, nor did he ever lose sight of his object, which was to make himself master of the Hudson and form a junction at Albany with General Howe, whose troops in detached parties were wasting the middle colonies and cooperating in the same design. By uncommon exertions, Carleton obtained a fleet in the wilderness of such strength and superiority as to destroy the little American squadron on the Lake Champlain, one of the smaller navigable basins in the woods of that astonishing country. The lakes of America are among the wonders of the world. They are numerous and extensive, deep and navigable at many hundred miles distance from the ocean. A view of this part of creation is sublime and astonishing. There are 5 of those lakes of principal magnitude. The smallest of them, Lake Ontario, is more than 200, and the largest, Lake Superior, is 500 leagues in circumference. Note: the principal of these inland seas are Lake Superior, Huron, Michigan, Erie, and Ontario. The description of these and the smaller sheets of water spread over the vast western territory may be found in every geographical work. End note. Happy might it have been for the Atlantic states had they been contented within these boundaries of nature, and not at an after period have wasted the blood of their citizens in attempting to wrest from the natives a vast extent of territory, which it is very improbable they will be long able to govern, unless a remarkable coincidence of events should give them a commanding influence superior to any European power. The bravery of Arnold was on his retreat, equally conspicuous with the outset of his extraordinary undertaking, but notwithstanding his vigilance and the valor of his soldiers, they were reduced to the utmost distress before he blew up the remainder of his fleet, which Carleton had not captured, and run his last ship on shore without acknowledging the superiority of the British flag by the servile signal of striking his colors. Obliged to relinquish every post of advantage, Arnold and the remnant of his troops were driven naked, defenseless, and despondent from forest to forest and from lake to lake until they reached Ticonderoga. The garrison there had been reinforced by some militia from the eastern states, but they were in no condition to meet General Carleton, whose advancement they had every reason to expect, with superior numbers and the double advantage of discipline and success, and his exertions aided by tribes of copper-colored savages. General Thomas had been sent from Cambridge in the spring, 1776, with a detachment of the Continental Army, to endeavor in conjunction with the Eastern militia to retrieve the wretched state of affairs in Canada. He was a man of cool judgment, possessed of courage, the result of principle, rather than bravery, the impulse of passion. He was respected by the citizens, beloved by the soldiers, and well qualified by the firmness of his mind and the strength of his constitution to face the dangers of a campaign in the wilderness. But unfortunately for him, he was deputed to the northern command to oppose the conjoined forces of the native barbarians and their British allies, at a time when the remains of the American army were dismayed by defeat, worn out by fatigue, and in addition to their distresses, a pestilential disorder, then fatal to New Englanders, had spread through the camp. The smallpox, by the ill policy of the country, had been so long kept from their doors that there was scarce a man among them who was not more afraid of an attack from this kind of pestilence than the fury of the sword. But no caution could prevent the rapidity of the contagion. It pervaded the whole army and proved fatal to most of the new raised troops. The character of the military officer who dies in his bed, however meritorious, is seldom crowned by the eclat of fame which follows the hero who perishes in the field. Thus this good man, qualified to reap the fairest laurels in a day of battle, was immediately on his arrival at the scene of action cut down by the hand of sickness, and his memory almost extinguished by a succession of new characters and events that crowded for attention. By the death of General Thomas and the reduced state of the Americans, they were far from being in any preparation for the reception of General Carleton, whose arrival they momently expected. They had nothing to hope, and immediate surrender to mercy was their only resource. On this they had determined, when, to their surprise and joy, they were informed that all further pursuit was relinquished, and that the Canadians and British troops had precipitately retreated. Thus the remnant of the broken Continental Army was left at full liberty to escape in the best manner they could from other impending dangers. From the nature of the grounds and from the neighborhood of the savages, from their weak, sickly, and reduced state, their retreat was extremely difficult, but in scattered parties they reached Crown Point in a very feeble condition. After this series of successful efforts, all further thoughts of the reduction and conquest of Canada were for the present laid aside. General Carleton had repaired to Quebec. General Phillips, with a considerable force, made winter quarters at Montreal, and General Burgoyne took passage for England. Both these officers had been very active in aid of Carleton through the campaign of 1776. The defeat of the Americans in Canada and the advantages gained by the British arms in the Jerseys, and indeed for some months in every other quarter, gave to the royal cause an air of triumph. The brilliant hopes formed from these circumstances by the calculators of events for the ensuing spring led the ministry and the army, the nation and their sovereign, to flatter themselves that the completion of the war was at no great distance, and that only one more campaign would be necessary for the entire subjugation of America. The vicissitudes of fortune that hourly cloud or brighten all human affairs soon convinced them that this was but the triumph of a day. The new year opened in a reversive view. A spirited movement of General Washington at this important crisis had a most happy effect. A single incident gave a different face to the affairs of the colonies in a shorter time than could have been imagined after the ruinous appearance of everything at the close of the campaign. On the evening of the 25th of December, General Washington, in a most severe season, crossed the Delaware with a part of his army, then reduced to less than 2,000 men in the whole. They very unexpectedly landed near Trenton. Colonel Rall, an officer of decided bravery, commanded a detachment of 1,200 Hessians stationed there, where they lay in perfect security. It was near morning before they were alarmed. The surprise was complete, the resistance small. Rall was mortally wounded, and his whole corps surrendered prisoners of war. After the fatigue, the hazards, and the success of the night, General Washington, with his party and his prisoners, consisting of the 3 regiments of Rall, Lofberg, and Knyphausen, recrossed the river before 8 in the morning with little or no loss. End section 33. Section 34 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 9, Part 5. This adventure gave an astonishing spring to the spirits of the American army and people a short time before driven to the brink of despair. They had viewed the Hessians as a most terrific enemy, and in conjunction with the veterans of Britain as an invulnerable foe. To see such a body of them surprised in their camp and yielding themselves prisoners to the shreds of an American army inspired them with a boldness that an action of the greatest magnitude might not have awakened in different circumstances. General Washington did not sit down in Philadelphia satisfied with the éclat of this enterprise, but in a few days again passed the Delaware and took post at Trenton. The British army, elated by success, had lain carelessly cantoned in small divisions in a line extending through New Jersey to New York. General Howe was afterwards severely censured by his employers for his neglect in not crossing the Delaware while he had the promise of the most brilliant success from his own arms. The panic of the Pennsylvanians had inspired most of them with a disposition to succumb to any terms he should impose, which ought to have been an additional stimulus to have pursued his good fortune. Nor was he less censured for his unguarded cantonments through such an extensive line as the whole length of the Jerseys. Note: see Trial and Defense of General Howe. End note. General Washington moved on from Trenton to Princeton by a circuitous march to avoid engaging the British or being hemmed in near Trenton. He suddenly attacked the British encampment at Princeton while the main body of the British army had marched to Trenton with design to dislodge the Americans from that post. From Princeton, the American army moved to Elizabethtown. Animated by success, warmed by bravery, and supported by fortitude, they gathered strength as they moved, and gained some signal advantages in several places on the Jersey side of the river, and in their turn pursued the king's troops with as much rapidity as they had recently fled before them, while the British, as if seized with a general panic, made but a feeble resistance. After many marches, countermarches, and skirmishes, the strength of the British force was collected at Brunswick, a town in the Jerseys, about 60 miles from Philadelphia and 35 from New York. They continued their headquarters there the remainder of the winter, but they were not without apprehensions for the safety of their troops and their magazines, even at this distance from Philadelphia, notwithstanding the contempt with which they had but a short time before viewed the broken, disheartened remains of a Continental army which they had pursued into the city. The British were indeed very far superior to the Americans in every respect necessary to military operations, except the revivified courage and resolution, the result of sudden success after despair. In this, the Americans at the time yielded the palm to none, while the confidence of their antagonists apparently diminished, and victory began by them to be viewed at a distance. The waste of human life from various causes, through the vicissitudes of this winter, was not inconsiderable on either side, but the success of the American arms through the Jerseys was in some measure damped by the death of the brave General Mercer of Virginia, who fell at Princeton in an action made memorable by the loss of so gallant an officer. His distinguished merit was gratefully acknowledged by Congress in the provision afterwards made for the education and support of the youngest son of his family. The fortunate movements of the Americans at this critical era had the usual effect on public opinion. Such is human nature that success ever brightens the talents of the fortunate commander, and applause generally outruns the expectations of the ambitious. General Washington, popular before, from this period became the idol of his country and the admiration of his enemies. His humanity to the prisoners who fell into his hands was a contrast to the severities suffered by those captured at Fort Washington, and the victims in other places that fell under the power of either Hessians or Britons. In a book of general orders belonging to Colonel Rowell, found after the action at Trenton, it was recorded that His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief orders that all Americans found in arms, not having an officer with them, shall be immediately hanged. Note: the intimation of Lord Cornwallis afterwards to the commander of a party sent out, much superior to the Americans they expected to meet, was not more humane. His lordship observed that, quote, he wanted no prisoners, end quote. End note. This instance may serve as a sample of the cruel designs and summary modes of proceeding to execution among military masters who hold themselves above the censure or control of civil authority or the restraints of humanity. On the contrary, the lenity shown by General Washington towards the Loyalists captured by his soldiers disarmed the prejudices of many, and multitudes flocked to the American standard, who, in the beginning of the dispute, were favorers of the royal cause, and within a few months had been ready to throw themselves into the arms of Great Britain. But every favorable impression was erased, and every idea of submission annihilated by the indiscriminate ravages of the Hessian and British soldiery in their route through the Jerseys. The elegant houses of some of their own most devoted partisans were burnt, their wives and daughters pursued and ravished in the woods to which they had fled for shelter. Many unfortunate fathers, in the stupor of grief, beheld the misery of their female connections without being able to relieve them, and heard the shrieks of infant innocence, subjected to the brutal lust of British grenadiers or Hessian yogurs. In short, it may be difficult for the most descriptive pen to portray the situation of the inhabitants of the Jerseys and the neighborhood of their state. The confusion of parties, the dismay of individuals who were still serving in the remnant of the American army, whose dearest connections were scattered through the country and exposed to the danger of plunder and misery, from the hostile inroads of a victorious army, can be imagined only by those whose souls are susceptible at once of the noblest and the tenderest feelings. Many of this description were among the brave officers who had led the fragments of a fugitive army across the Delaware and sheltered in the city of Philadelphia, had by flight escaped a total excision. But after escaping the perilous pursuit, There appeared little on which to ground any rational hope of effectually counteracting the designs of their enemies. They found Congress had retreated, and that the inhabitants of the city were agitated and divided. Several of the more wealthy citizens secured their property by renouncing the authority of Congress and acknowledging themselves the subjects of the crown. Others availed themselves of a proclamation of pardon published by the British commander and took protection under the royal standard for personal security. Several officers of high character and consideration were on the point of pursuing the same steps previous to the action at Trenton from the anxiety they felt for their families, despair of the general cause, danger of the city, or the immediate military executions that might take place when the victorious army should cross the river, which they momently expected. Why this was not done remains involved among the fortuitous events which often decide the fate of armies or of nations, as it were, by accident. The votaries of blind chance, or indeed the more sober calculators on human events, would have pronounced the fortune of the day was in the hands of the British commander. Why he did not embrace her tenders while it was in his power, no one can tell, nor why he stopped short on the borders of the river, as if afraid the waters of the Delaware, like another Red Sea, would overwhelm the pursuers of the injured Americans, who had in many instances as manifestly experienced the protecting hand of Providence as the favored Israelites. The neglect of so fair an opportunity, by a single effort, to have totally destroyed or dispersed the American army, or in the language of administration, to have cut off the hydra head of rebellion by the subjugation of the capital city, was viewed in the most unpardonable light by his employers. They were not yet fully apprised of the spirit of Americans. Their ideas did not quadrate with those of a distinguished military officer, well acquainted with the country, who observed in a letter to a friend, quote, "It was no exaggeration to assert that there were 200,000 strong-bodied active yeomanry ready to encounter all hazards and dangers, ready to sacrifice all considerations, rather than surrender a tittle of the rights which they have derived from God and their ancestors." End quote. Note: see a letter from General Charles Lee to the Duke of Richmond, October 1774. End note. Subsequent events will prove that he had not formed a mistaken opinion of the resolution and prowess of the Americans. It will be seen that they were far from relinquishing their claim to independence by the ill success of a single campaign. The tardy conduct of Sir William Howe was reprehended with severity, nor was he ever able to justify or vindicate himself either to administration or to the world. From these and other circumstances, the character of Sir William Howe depreciated in proportion to the rising fame of the American commander-in-chief, his rival in glory, and his competitor for the crown of victory on a theater that soon excited the curiosity and awakened the ambition of the heroes and princes of Europe. Indeed, it must be acknowledged that General Howe had innumerable difficulties to surmount, notwithstanding the number of his troops. He was at a distance from his employers, who were ignorant of his situation and unable to support him as emergencies required. He was in an enemy's country, where every acquisition of forage or provisions was procured at the expense or hazard of life or reputation. A considerable part of his army was composed of discontented foreigners, who, disappointed of the easy settlements they had been led to expect from the conquest of rebels and the forfeiture of their estates, their former poverty not mitigated, nor their yoke of slavery meliorated in the service of their new masters, they were clamorous for pay and too eager for plunder to be kept within the rules of discipline, and their alien language and manners disgusting to their British comrades, a constant bickering was kept up between them. Nor was the British commander less embarrassed by the Tories, who from every state had fled from the resentment of their countrymen and hung upon his hands for subsistence. On their fidelity or their information, he could make little dependence. Many of them had never possessed property at all. Others, irritated by the loss of wealth, both were continually urging him to deeds of cruelty to which he did not seem naturally inclined. At the same time, he was sensible that the hopes of his nation would sink by the protraction of a war, which they had flattered themselves might be concluded with the utmost facility and expedition. There were many concurring circumstances to lead the world to conclude that Sir William Howe was not qualified, either by education or habits of life, for the execution of an object of such magnitude as the restoration of the revolted colonies to obedience and dependence on the crown of Britain. Quote, "He fought as a soldier and a servant to his king, without other principle than that of passive obedience. The immensity of the project before him embarrassed his mind, clouded his understanding, and too much engrossed by his bottle and his mistress, he frequently left his orders and his letters to be fabricated by subordinate officers, and seemed at some times to sink into stupor or indolence, at others brave and cool as Julius Caesar." End of section 34. Section 35 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 9, Conclusion. If these traits of the character of the British commander are just and impartial, as said to be by one of his former associates, the world need be at no loss why such instances of shameful outrage and rapine appeared wherever his army entered, or why, when he had driven the Americans over the Delaware, he did not pursue and complete the business by a triumphal entrance into Philadelphia and the total destruction of General Washington and his remaining troops. Note: see letter of General Lee, Appendix, Note number 18, which discovers the temper and character of the writer, as well as of Sir William Howe. Note number 18. Copy of a letter from General Lee to Dr. B. Rush. See Life and Memoirs of General Lee. Quote, Camp at Valley Forge, June 4th, 1778. My dear Rush, though I had no occasion for fresh assurances of your friendship, I cannot help being much pleased with the warmth which your letter delivered to me by Mr. H. breathes, and I hope it is unnecessary to assure you that my sentiments with respect to you are correspondent. You will think it odd that I should seem to be an apologist for General Howe. I know not how it happens, but when I have taken prejudices in favor or against a man, I find it a difficulty in shaking them off. From my first acquaintance with Mr. Howe, I liked him. I thought him friendly, candid, good-natured, brave, and rather sensible than the reverse. I believe still that he is naturally so, but a corrupt, or more properly, no education, the fashion of the times, and the reigning idolatry amongst the English, particularly the soldiery, for every sceptred calf, wolf, or ass, have so totally perverted his understanding and heart that private friendship has not force sufficient to keep a door open for the admittance of mercy towards political heretics. He was besides persuaded that I was doubly criminal, both as a traitor and deserter. In short, so totally was he inebriated with this idea that I am convinced he would have thought himself both politically and morally damned had he acted any other part than what he did. He is besides the most indolent of mortals, never took further pains to examine the merits or demerits of the cause in which he was engaged than merely to recollect that Great Britain was said to be the mother country, George III, King of Great Britain, that the Parliament was called the representatives of Great Britain, that the king and parliament formed the supreme power, that a supreme power is absolute and uncontrollable, that all resistance must consequently be rebellion, but above all, that he was a soldier and bound to obey in all cases whatever. These are his notions, and this his logic. But through these absurdities I could distinguish, when he was left to himself, rays of friendship and good nature breaking out. It is true he was seldom left to himself, for never poor mortal thrust into high station was surrounded by such fools and scoundrels. Mackenzie, Balfour, Galloway were his counselors. They urged him to all his acts of harshness. They were his scribes. All the damned stuff which was issued to the astonished world was theirs. I believe he scarcely ever read the letters he signed. You will scarcely believe it, but I can assure you as a fact that he never read the curious proclamation issued at the head of Elk till 3 days after it was published. You will say that I am drawing my friend Howe in more ridiculous colors than he has yet been represented in, but this is his real character. He is naturally good-humored, complacent, but illiterate and indolent to the last degree, unless as an executive soldier, in which capacity he is all fire and activity, brave and cool as Julius Caesar. His understanding is, as I observed before, rather good than otherwise, but was totally confounded and stupefied by the immensity of the task imposed upon him. He shut his eyes, fought his battles, drank his bottle, had his little blank, advised with his counselors, received his orders from North and Germain, one more absurd than the other, took Galloway's opinion, shut his eyes, fought again, and is now, I suppose, to be called to account for acting according to instructions. But I believe his eyes are now opened. He sees he has been an instrument of wickedness and folly. Indeed, when I observed it to him, he not only took patiently the observation, but indirectly assented to the truth of it. He made, at the same time, as far as his mauvais bonte would permit, an apology for his treatment of me. Thus far with regard to Mr. Howe. You are struck with the great events, changes, and new characters which have appeared on the stage since I saw you last, but I am more struck with the admirable efficacy of blunders. It seemed to be a trial of skill, which party should outdo the other, and it is hard to say which played the deepest strokes. But it was a capital one of ours, which certainly gave the happy turn which affairs have taken. Upon my soul, it was time for fortune to interpose, or we were inevitably lost. But this we will talk over another time. I suppose we shall see one another at Philadelphia very soon, in attendance. God bless you. Yours affectionately, Charles Lee. End note. No military character ever had a fairer opportunity, as observed above, to place the martial laurel on his brow than was presented to General Howe on the banks of the Delaware, but he suffered it to wave at a distance, without the resolution to seize it, and instead of a chaplet of glory, he reaped only the hatred of America, the loss of esteem and reputation in England, and disgrace and censure from his parliamentary masters. The negligence of Sir William Howe gave an opportunity to the Americans to recover the energies of their former courage. The hopeless prospect that had beclouded their minds vanished on the successful termination of a single enterprise projected by the commander-in-chief and executed with resolution and magnanimity by officers who had been almost reduced to despondency. The surprise of Trenton saved the army, the city, and in some degree the reputation of the commander-in-chief, which frequently depends more on the fortunate exigencies of a moment than on superior talents. The world, ever prone to neglect the unfortunate, however brave, amiable, or virtuous, generally pays its idolatrous homage to those elevated by the favors of the ideal deity to the pinnacle of honor. Yet real merit usually commands the plaudit of posterity, however it may be withheld by contemporaries from rivalry or envy. Perhaps there are no people on earth in whom a spirit of enthusiastic zeal is so readily enkindled and burns so remarkably conspicuous as among the Americans. Any fortuitous circumstance that holds out the most distant promise of a completion of their wishes is pushed with an ardor and unanimity that seldom fails of success. This characteristic trait may in some measure account for the rapidity with which everything has been brought to maturity there from the first settlement of the colonies. The energetic operation of this sanguine temper was never more remarkably exhibited than in the change instantaneously wrought in the minds of men by the capture of Trenton at so unexpected a moment. From a state of mind bordering on despair, courage was invigorated, every countenance brightened, and the nervous arm was outstretched as if by one general impulse all were determined to drive the hostile invaders that had plundered their villages and dipped the remorseless sword in the bosom of the innocent victims of their fury from off the American shores. But we shall see in the subsequent pages of these memoirs that they had yet many years to struggle with the dangers, the chances, and the miseries of war before an extensive country, convulsed in every part, was restored to tranquility. Agonizing amidst the complicated difficulties of raising, paying, and keeping an army in the field, it is easy to conceive it was not with much facility that money was drawn from the pockets of the rich for the support of the public cause at the hazard of receiving a scrip of depreciated paper in lieu of silver and gold. A nominal substitute for specie has often its temporary advantages, and when not extended too far, its permanent ones, but is oftener attended with a great balance of evil. Its deceptive value often plunges a great part of the community into ruin and corrupts the morals of the people before they are apprehensive of the danger. Yet without the expedient of a paper currency, the Americans could never have supported an army, or have procured the necessaries of life from day to day. Experience had before taught them the pernicious effects of a paper medium without funds sufficient for its redemption, but the peculiar exigencies of their situation left them no other resources. The United States had engaged in an hazardous enterprise in which all was at stake. Deficient as they were in the means necessary to support a war against a wealthy and potent nation, they yet stood alone, uncertain whether any other power would aid their cause or view them with that degree of consideration that might obtain a credit for foreign loans. It was an interesting spectacle to all such nations as had colonies of their own, to view such an unexpected spirit of resistance and revolt in the Americans as might be contagious and probably produce commotions as much to be dreaded by them as the alienation of the 13 colonies was by England. The most judicious statesmen in America were sensible that much time must elapse and many events take place before any foreign stipulations could be effected. They were therefore impelled by the peculiar circumstances of their situation to resort to this dangerous expedient or relinquish the contest. No wise legislator, no experienced statesman, no man of principle would have recourse to a measure fraught with such uncertain consequences, but from that necessity which in human affairs sometimes precludes all deliberation between present utility and distant events which may accrue. In consequence of this dilemma, Congress had emitted sums to a vast amount in paper bills, with a promise on the face of the bill of payment in specie at some distant period. This circumstance was alarming to the avaricious and the wealthy, who immediately withdrew their gold and silver from circulation. This and other combining circumstances, among which the immense sums counterfeited in New York by the British and thrown into the colonies, produced an immediate and an astonishing depreciation. At the same time, the widow and the orphan were obliged to receive the interest of their property, deposited for security in the public treasuries according to the nominal sum on the face of the bills, by which they and other classes were reduced to extreme necessity. The operative effects of this paper medium, its uses, its depreciation, and total annihilation, will be seen hereafter, when the credit of the circulating paper had sunk so low that no one presumed to offer it in barter for any commodity. All public demands were consolidated by government at a very great discount, and public securities given to those who had demands for services or loans, and the faith of Congress pledged for their payment in full value as soon as practicable. Note: see Appendix, Note number 19. Note number 19. The iniquitous conduct of speculators and swindlers to secure to themselves the possession of most of the public securities will leave a stain on a large class of people who by every art endeavored to sink the faith of Congress. Indeed, their attempts to injure the credit of all public bodies were attended with the most pernicious consequences to the honest and unsuspecting holders of public paper. By every insidious practice, they induced the ignorant and necessitous to part with their securities for the most trifling considerations, to supply their immediate wants. Thus afterwards, when a new constitution of government was formed and a funding system created, no discrimination was made in favor of the original holders, who had dispossessed themselves of the public securities. Those who had gained them by their artificial deception were enriched beyond all calculation by subsequent circumstances. They afterwards received the nominal value in specie, while many of the former holders were reduced to extreme poverty. It was pathetically observed by one who felt these inconveniences that, quote, the public securities, tired of their humble abodes, had soon fled to the splendid seats of wealth and greatness, and that while they remained with a class who had dearly earned them by their services, no interest was promised, no time, place, or person ascertained to direct our application for payment. They fell into disgrace, which, concurring with our necessities, as they could yield no present comfort or future hope, induced us to part with them for the most trifling considerations. But when they had chosen their elevated residence, their credit revived, and provision was made for the payment of interest upon them. We, in event, literally sold them for nothing, and are obliged to pay their present holders an annual sum for keeping them in possession, for many of us have, or must soon pay, for the interest of them, a sum nearly or quite equal to the money given to purchase them, and still be annually taxed to discharge the interest and principal of said securities." End quote. This is an anticipation of what literally took place afterwards, though it is but justice to observe that Mr. Madison of Virginia, a distinguished member of Congress, and several others of that body left no rational argument untried to procure a discrimination when the funding system was about to be introduced in 1778 that would have made some equitable compensation to the original holders of public securities and prevented a sudden accumulation of wealth to a class of men who had, many of them, never earned by their own private industry or their services to the public sufficient for a competent support. They grew rich on the property of those who had suffered in the service of their country, who were left to complain without a possibility of redress. End note. The honor and the fate of the commander-in-chief had been daily hazarded by the unrestrained license of soldiers, with whom it was optional to stay a few days longer or to withdraw after the short term of their enlistment had expired, however imminent the dangers might be that threatened their country. Yet the establishment of a permanent army was not more ardently wished by General Washington than by every judicious man in America. But the work, though not insurmountable, was attended with complicated difficulties. The reluctance felt through that class of men from which an army was to be drawn to enlist for an indefinite term was apparent to all. The precarious resources for the support of an army, which at that time depended only on a depreciating medium, could not be concealed, and were discouraging indeed. At the same time, it was a subject too delicate to expatiate on, as the more it was conversed upon, the greater was the danger of defeating the desired object. But the firmness of Congress unshaken, and the legislatures of the individual states equally zealous, while the people at large were convinced of the utility of the measure, the object was in time obtained, though not so rapidly as the exigencies of the day required. End section 35 and chapter 9 conclusion.
Section 36 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1 by Mercy Otis Warren. A reading of the Declaration of Independence. In Congress, July 4th, 1776, a declaration of the representatives of the United States of America and General Congress assembled. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, and whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate the governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shewn that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the rights of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies in places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing, with manly firmness, his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolution to cause others to be erected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose, obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their subsistence. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their pretended acts of legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefit of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government and enlarging its boundaries, so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy, scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas, to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress. In the most humble terms, our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince, whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant, is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attention to our British brethren. We have warned them, from time to time, of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them, by the ties of our common kindred, to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and consanguinity. We must therefore acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, and that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that, as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Signed by order and in behalf of the Congress. John Hancock, President. Attest, Charles Thompson, Secretary. End of section 36. Section 37 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 10, Battle of Brandywine, Valley Forge. Desultory circumstances, skirmishes and events. General Howe withdraws from the Jerseys, arrives at the River Elk, followed by Washington. The Battle of Brandywine. General Washington defeated, retreats to Philadelphia, obliged to draw off his army. Lord Cornwallis takes possession of the city. Action at Germantown, Red Bank, etc. The British Army takes winter quarters in Philadelphia. The Americans encamp at Valley Forge. General Washington's situation not eligible. Delisle's letters. General Conway resigns. The Baron de Steuben appointed Inspector General of the American Army. In the beginning of the year 1777, the spirits of the Americans were generally reanimated by fresh hopes in consequence of the measures taken by Congress to establish a permanent army until the conclusion of the war, and still more by their sanguine expectations of success from the negotiations and prospects of an alliance with France. A solemn confederation, consisting of a number of articles by which the United States should, in future, be governed, had been drafted, discussed, and unanimously signed by all the delegates in Congress in the month of October, 1776. This instrument was sent to each legislature in the 13 states and approved and afterwards ratified by the individual governments. After this, the Congress of the United States thought proper to appoint commissioners to the court of France, when fortunately a loan of money was negotiated on the faith of the United States, and permission obtained for the reception of American ships of war, and the sale of prizes that might be captured by them, and carried into any of the ports of France. They were also encouraged to hope for still further assistance from the generosity of that nation. The growth of the infant marine of the United States had been so rapid, and so successful had been the adventurers in this early stage of the war, that it was rationally concluded it could not be many years before the Navy of America might make a respectable figure among the nations. It was not expected in Great Britain that the colonies could thus early have acquired a naval force of the least consideration. In consequence of this idea, a great number of British ships and transports that went out slightly armed, or not armed at all, were this year captured on their way to America. So bold and adventurous were the American privateers and their public ships that the domestic trade of Britain was rendered insecure, and a convoy became necessary to protect the linen ships from Dublin to Newry, a circumstance that never before took place. Footnote: British Annual Register 1777. End of footnote. The successful depredations also on the British West India trade were felt through Great Britain in an alarming degree, and shocked their commerce so far as to occasion sudden and frequent bankruptcy in London, Bristol, and almost all the great marts of the nation. Thus the colonies were filled with everything necessary for carrying on a war, or that furnished them the luxuries of life. But the sudden acquisition of wealth, which in consequence of unexpected success, flowed into the lap of individuals, so much beyond their former fortune or ideas, was not indeed very favorable to the virtual manners of the possessors. It had a tendency to contract the mind, and led it to shrink into selfish views and indulgences, totally inconsistent with genuine republicanism. The coffers of the rich were not unlocked for the public benefit, but their contents were liberally squandered in pursuit of frivolous enjoyments, to which most of them had heretofore been strangers. This avaricious spirit, indeed, somewhat retarded the measures contemplated by Congress, who had determined that the Army in future should stand on a more stable footing. They had directed that 88 battalions should be raised and kept in full pay until the close of the war, and as an encouragement to enlist, they promised a certain allotment of lands to both officers and soldiers at the commencement of peace. Yet the recruiting service went on heavily for a time, and at an immense expense to the United States. But among the people whose personal liberty had been their proudest boast, the above was not the sole cause of the difficulty of raising a permanent army. The novelty of being enchained to a standing army was disgusting. They generally revolted at the idea of enlisting for an indefinite term. Thus the army still remained incomplete, and the militia were again called out as before. In that mode there was no want of zeal and alacrity. Great numbers always appeared ready for any temporary service. During the winter of this year, the British commander did not attempt anything of greater magnitude than the destruction of the American magazines. He effected his purpose at Peekskill, at Cortlandt Manor, and about the middle of April he sent on a detachment under the command of Governor Tryon to the little town of Danbury, on the borders of Connecticut, where a considerable quantity of provisions and other articles had been deposited for the use of the American army. He considered it of great importance to cut off these resources before the opening of the spring campaign. In conjunction with Sir William Erskine and Brigadier General Agnew, Governor Tryon, who had embodied near 2,000 royalists, was vested with the principal command on the trivial expedition to Danbury. He executed his orders with alacrity. They destroyed a few hogsheads of rum and sugar, a considerable quantity of grain and other provisions, about 1,700 tents, and plundered and burnt a number of houses in the town of Danbury. But the retreat to their shipping was intercepted by the militia of the country, drawn out by the generals Wooster and Silliman. A small detachment of Continental troops, commanded by General Arnold, with a party of recruiting officers, joined them, and a rencounter ensued, when much bravery was exhibited on both sides. General Wooster, an aged and experienced officer, and a very worthy man, was mortally wounded. General Arnold had his horse shot under him at the moment a soldier had his bayonet lifted for his destruction, but with surprising agility he disengaged himself from his horse and drew a pistol that laid his enemy dead at his feet. On the third day after his landing, Governor Tryon again reached the shipping and re-embarked his troops with inconsiderable loss, though exceedingly fatigued by a march of 30 miles. Harassed the whole time by an enemy arranged on each hand, and pressed in the rear by recruits hourly coming in to the assistance of his opponents. Footnote: it has been acknowledged by some British historians that their loss more than counterbalanced the advantages gained in this expedition to Danbury. End of footnote. Within a few days, reprisals were made for this successful feat of Tryon by the more brilliant enterprise of Colonel Meigs, who, with only 170 men, landed on the southern part of Long Island, surprised the enemy lying at Sag Harbor, burnt 12 armed vessels, captured the sailors, destroyed the forage and stores on the east part of the island, and returned to Gifford, about 90 miles distant, within 30 hours from the time of his departure from thence. He brought with him the trophies of his success, without the loss of a man. As no action of importance was exhibited for several months, these smaller depredations and inconsiderable skirmishes served only to keep the spirits in play and preserve the mind from that lethargic state which inaction or want of object creates. The plan digested for the summer campaign among the British officers was to gain possession of Philadelphia, to command the central colonies, and to drive the Americans from all their posts in the province of Canada. Some circumstances had taken place that seemed to favor these designs. Confident of his success from his superior numbers in the field, General Howe, for a time, exercised all the artifices of an experienced commander to bring General Washington to a decisive engagement, but from a perfect command of his temper and a judicious arrangement of the few Continental troops and the militia he had in aid, the American chieftain defeated every measure practiced to bring him to a general action. He placed about 2,000 men in Princeton, and with the main body of his army, took his stand on the high and advantageous grounds in the neighborhood, and made all possible preparation for defense. This determined line of conduct in General Washington gave a new turn to British operations. On the 19th of June, General Howe decamped from Brunswick and removed to Amboy, with every appearance of a speedy embarkation. His troops, as usual, committed every outrage on their way, and as if instigated by despair of becoming masters of the country and envious of the progress of arts and sciences in America, the colleges and public libraries were burnt, all public buildings and places of worship swept away, and nothing that had the appearance of distinguished elegance escaped. But the mind and the pen weary of the detail of destruction. It is enough to observe that the British army in their retreat left every trait of defoliation and barbarism behind them. The maneuvers of the British commander led to the belief, and everything wore the strongest appearance, that he was about to take a final leave of the Jerseys. The illusion succeeded so far as to induce General Washington to send a body of 3,000 men, commanded by the Generals Maxwell, Conway, and Lord Stirling, with design to attack the rear of their march. General Howe, apprised of this movement, hastily returned to the charge. He dispatched Lord Cornwallis on a circuitous route, who soon came up with Lord Stirling, strongly posted in a wood. The Americans determined to dispute the ground with Cornwallis, but the ardor of the British troops and the rivalry of the Hessians obliged them soon to quit their advantageous post and retreat with precipitation. The loss the Americans sustained was not inconsiderable. They suffered greatly, both from the extreme heat of the season and the valor of their antagonists. From this and some other circumstances, it was for a time generally believed that the late movement of General Howe and his army was but a feint to draw General Washington to an action, rather than from a fixed design immediately to evacuate the state of New Jersey. Convinced of this, Washington drew in his lines and recovered his camp on the hills, determined to persevere in his defensive system until some more advantageous opportunity should justify the hazard of a general engagement. It would undoubtedly have been highly imprudent for General Howe at this time to have persisted in pushing his way to the Delaware, through a country disgusted and alienated by the barbarity of his troops. Most of the inhabitants of this state were now armed for defense, inflamed by resentment from the sufferings of the last year, impelled by necessity from the impediments in the way of all private occupations, and fired by a love of glory. They were now ardent for action, in proportion as they had been heretofore remiss, and came to the field prepared to conquer or die in defense of their country. At the same time, General Washington was daily gaining strength by the arrival of fresh troops from various other quarters. The British commander, accordingly, thought proper about midsummer to decamp in earnest. He drew off his whole force as privately as possible to New York, thence embarked and sailed from Sandy Hook the 23rd of July. The destination of the fleet and army was kept so profoundly secret that for some time after their embarkation, every capital on the continent was apprehensive that they should be the object of the next visit from a potent armament that seemed at a loss where to direct their operations. This expectation occasioned a general anxiety until the latter part of August, when the fleet appeared in the Chesapeake, and the army soon after landed at the head of the River Elk. On his arrival there, General Howe immediately published a proclamation in which he assured the inhabitants everywhere of safety and protection, provided they were not found in arms, and promised pardon to all officers and soldiers who should surrender to the royal army. Indeed, his disposition to clemency appeared so conspicuous on his first arrival that it prevented the entire depopulation of the adjacent parts of Maryland, Pennsylvania, and the lower counties of Delaware, the inhabitants of which, on the first appearance of so formidable a foe in their neighborhood, were struck with consternation and on the point of abandoning their habitations. It was now obvious that the possession of the city of Philadelphia was the stake for which both armies played. General Washington had moved with the greatest part of his troops for the defense of that elegant city, and had by detached parties embarrassed the march of the British army from the River Elk to the Brandywine. In the neighborhood of the last, the two armies met, and on the 11th of September came to a general engagement. The battle was fought with bravery, and sustained with spirit on both sides, but the fortune of the day declared against the Americans, yet not so decidedly as the sanguine expectations of their antagonists had led them to hope from such an event. But it gave them an astonishing advantage in the minds of the people through all the district of Pennsylvania, and enabled General Howe with more facility to complete his enterprise. Many officers of high rank on both sides suffered much in the spirited action at the Brandywine. A few days after this affair, General Wayne, who had concealed himself in a wood with 1,500 men in order to harass the rear of the British, was discovered and attacked by Brigadier General Gray, who had given orders that no alarm should be made by the use of firearms. He made the onset about 1 o'clock in the morning, and by the more cruel exercise of the bayonet, several hundred Americans were killed and wounded. The remainder with difficulty escaped by flight. Among others who suffered in the Battle of Brandywine, the Marquis de Lafayette, a young nobleman of France, was dangerously wounded. Warmed by an enthusiastic love of liberty and animated by a laudable ambition, this amiable young gentleman had left the court of France without leave of the king, and quitting the pleasures of domestic felicity, he embarked at his own expense, and engaged in the service of the United States at an early period of the war, when the affairs of America wore the darkest aspect. His zeal and his heroism to the conclusion of the contest placed the well-earned laurel on his brow, and procured him the love, respect, and best wishes of the people throughout America. Indeed, all the French officers in the Continental Army, among whom were many of high consideration, acquitted themselves with distinguished gallantry on this and many other occasions, where the courage of the soldier and the humanity of the officer were called into exercise. General Washington, obliged to retreat in disorder, and closely pursued after the action, retired to Chester. He soon after with his army reached Philadelphia, but the British commanders directed their operations with so much judgment and success that before the 26th of September, Washington thought proper to evacuate the city. Lord Cornwallis, with the British grenadiers and 2 battalions of Hessians, on that day made a triumphal entry and took possession of the capital of the United States. End of section 37. Section 38 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1 by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 10, Part 2. The era was truly critical. Congress again found it necessary, a second time, to desert the city, and now repaired to Yorktown for safety. Dissensions ran high among the inhabitants of Philadelphia. Some of the most opulent families were disaffected and renounced all adherence to the Union, and several persons of different descriptions, emboldened by the absence of Congress and the success of the British arms, took this opportunity to declare in favor of the royal cause. One of principal consideration among them went out and conducted the king's troops into the city. Others declared themselves zealously attached to the measures of administration and equally disgusted with the opposition of the colonies. Among these was Joseph Galloway, a member of Congress and Speaker of the House of Representatives in Pennsylvania. He soon after repaired to England, where he indefatigably exerted his abilities and his influence against his native country on all occasions. Besides those individual apostates, the Quaker interest had long embarrassed every public measure in that colony. They were a large and powerful body in the state of Pennsylvania, and notwithstanding their pacific principles, though not actually in arms, they at this time took a decided part against the American cause. Their previous conduct had drawn upon themselves many severities. Several of the principal leaders had been imprisoned, and others sent out of the city of Philadelphia on the approach of the British Army. Yet still they refused the smallest submission to the present government and appealed to the laws by which they claimed personal safety. But whether from a consideration of the necessity of a temporary suspension of law in times of public and imminent danger, or whether from the sanguine resolutions which operate on all parties when their favorite system totters on the brink of ruin, little regard was paid even to the legal claims of this body of citizens. Several persons of the first distinction and character among them, notwithstanding their just and sensible remonstrances, were sent off to Virginia to prevent the influence they might have through a state, then the principal seat of war. From these political dissensions, the partial defeats, the loss of Philadelphia, the slowness of recruits for permanent service, the difficulty of obtaining supplies for the army from various causes, and particularly from the monopolizing and avaricious spirit that was fast gaining ground in America, and from delay, the betrayer of all confederations. A lowering aspect was cast over the operations of America on every side. On the contrary, the British government, the army, and their adherents had much reason to flatter themselves with an idea of the speedy completion of their designs against the United States. They were now in possession of the first city in the Union. General Clinton was in force at New York, General Vaughan on the North River, with troops sufficient to sweep away the inhabitants on both sides, and to keep the adjacent country in awe. A large detachment of the British army still held possession of Newport. Colonel Losborg, with the Hessian Brigade in conjunction with them, was sporadically plundering the neighboring coasts and burning the scattered villages of the state of Rhode Island. It is proper here to observe that soon after the British troops had taken possession of Rhode Island, some animosities had arisen between General Howe and Lord Percy, who commanded there. This was occasioned by a requisition from Sir William Howe to his lordship to send him on 1,500 men for the better defense of New York, and to aid his operations in that quarter. Lord Percy declined a compliance with this order, alleging as a reason for this refusal that the Americans were rapidly collecting and strengthening themselves in the town of Providence, that the number of troops already there gave them reason to be apprehensive for the safety of Newport, General Howe resented the refusal, threatened Earl Percy with a trial for disobedience of orders, and reprimanded him in language which the Earl thought derogatory to an officer of his rank, character, and consequence. On this usage, which Lord Percy considered very affrontive, he immediately wrote to his father, the Duke of Northumberland, requesting him without delay to obtain his recall from the American service. Soon after this he embarked for England, having resigned his command to General Prescott. His advance to the chief command of the troops on Rhode Island was not long enjoyed by General Prescott before a circumstance took place which was sufficiently mortifying to himself and the British. In the beginning of July 1777, Colonel Barton, a provincial officer, and several others, accompanied by only 38 men, embarked in several boats from Warwick Neck, eluding the vigilance of the British ships and guard boats. He and his party passed them in the dark and landed on Rhode Island about 12 o'clock at night. Colonel Barton had received some intelligence of the insecure situation in which the British commander frequently lodged on the island. On this information he formed the bold design of surprising and seizing him. This he effected with a facility beyond his own most sanguine expectations. Having first secured the sentinel at the door, he surprised General Prescott in his bed. One of his aides leaped from a window in hopes of escape, but was prevented. Their design accomplished, the little party hastened to their boats with all possible expedition. Signals were made for an alarm on shore, but it was too late. Barton and his party were out of danger. When they reached the spot from whence they had set out on this adventure, a chariot was prepared for the reception of General Prescott, in which he was escorted safely from Warwick to Providence. Colonel Barton received great applause from his countrymen for his spirited and well-executed enterprise. It was not indeed an object of much magnitude, but the previous circumstances of General Prescott's conduct had been such as to render his capture a subject of much exultation to the Americans. He had, while in command at Newport, insulted and abused the inhabitants, ridiculed the American officers, and set a price upon some of their heads, particularly on that of General Arnold, which Arnold retaliated with the advertisement of a small price for the head of General Prescott. The similarity of circumstances that attended the capture of the Generals Prescott and Lee, and their rank in the armies to which they respectively belonged, rendered it highly proper that an exchange should have taken place immediately. It was, however, for a time delayed, but finally General Lee obtained his liberty in consequence of this business. The discouraging circumstances above related with regard to the arrangements, military posts, and operations of the British, from Newport to New York, and from New York to Philadelphia, gave very promising prospects of success to the British in that part of America. At the same time, General Burgoyne, with the flower of the British Army, the Canadian provincials, and hordes of savages that poured down from beyond the lakes, was making advances, and in the language of bombast and self-confidence, threatened destruction and vengeance to any who should have hardihood enough to endeavor to stop his progress or to oppose the authority under which he acted. But notwithstanding the general wayward appearance of the affairs of the United States, the legislatures, as we shall see, lost not their magnanimity, the people their ardor, nor the army their valor. Not disheartened by the circumstances of the last action at the Brandywine, or the loss of Philadelphia, General Washington, with his brave troops, in numbers comparatively inconsiderable, kept the British army in play until the setting in of winter. Within a few days after the surrender of Philadelphia, the Americans attacked the royal camp at Germantown, situated about 6 miles from the city, where the main body of the British army had taken their stand. This was a very unexpected maneuver. The attempt was bold, and the defense brave. The Americans, for a time, seemed to have greatly the advantage, but the enterprise finally failed. They were obliged to retreat in great confusion after the heavy loss of many officers and men. The disappointment of the Americans was in consequence of the address and ability of Colonel Musgrove, who judiciously stood on the defensive and checked the progress of the Continental troops until General Gray and Brigadier General Agnew, with a large detachment, came to his relief. A warm but short action ensued, when the Americans were totally routed and driven out of the field of action. General Lee, who had not the highest opinion of General Washington's military abilities, observed on this occasion that by a single stroke of the bathos, the partial victory at Germantown was corrupted into a defeat. Footnote: General Lee's letters. End of footnote. This was, however, too severe a censure. A number of circumstances cooperated to blast the hopes of the Americans after the early promise of success. The Britons themselves have given testimony to the bravery and good conduct of Washington and his army on this occasion. One of their writers has attested, in this action, the Americans acted upon the offensive, and though repulsed, with loss, showed themselves a formidable adversary, capable of charging with resolution and retreating with order. The hope, therefore, entertained from the effect of any fair action with them, as decisive and likely to put a speedy termination to the war, was exceedingly abated. The highest expectation had been formed on the reduction of Philadelphia, both by the foreign and internal foes of America. Though both armies were fired with equal ardor, and on all occasions were equally ready for action, yet the repeated skirmishes for several weeks in the neighborhood of the city were not productive of any very important consequences, except the loss of many brave men and several officers of great merit. None of these were more distinguished and lamented than General Nash on the American side, and Brigadier General Agnew and Colonel Byrd of the British line, who lost their lives in the Battle of Germantown. It was very important to the British commander, after the above transactions, to open a free passage to Philadelphia by the Delaware, in order to obtain supplies of provisions by water for their army. This was impeded by the American shipping and by several strong posts held by the Americans on the river, the principal of which was Red Bank. Here they had an opportunity of retrieving the recent disgrace of their arms at Germantown. The Hessians, under the command of Colonel Donop, had the principal hand in this business. He crossed the Delaware with 1,500 men at Cooper's Ferry opposite Philadelphia, and marched to attack the redoubts at Red Bank. A cannonade was opened. The camp was attacked with spirit and defended with equal gallantry by Colonel Greene of Rhode Island, who replied to the summons of Count Donop to surrender, that he should defend the place to the last extremity. On this, the Hessians attempted to storm the redoubts, but the assailants were obliged to retreat in their turn. One Hessian brigade was nearly cut to pieces in the action, and Count Donop mortally wounded and taken prisoner, as were several other officers of consideration. The remainder retreated with great precipitation through the night, leaving one half of their party dead, wounded, or prisoners to the Americans, crossed the river the next morning, and in this mortified situation, the remnant who escaped entered Philadelphia. This important pass was a key to the other posts on the river, and for its brave defense the officers and soldiers were justly applauded, and Colonel Greene complimented by Congress with a present of an elegant sword. After the action at Red Bank, the vigilance and caution of General Washington could not be overcome by the valor and advantages of his foes, so far as to induce him to hazard any action of consequence. Footnote: For this, General Washington was very severely censured by some, and even the legislature of the state of Pennsylvania remonstrated to Congress and expressed their uneasiness that the American commanders should leave the capital in possession of the enemy and retire to winter quarters. but his little army destitute of every necessary, without the possibility of a supply at that season, was a sufficient apology. End of footnote. The design of opening the Delaware was now the principal object with the British commander. This was effected without much difficulty after the reduction of Mud Island. From this strong post, the Americans were obliged to retreat after a very manly resistance. They did not evacuate their works until reduced to despair by some British ships advantageously playing upon them. From the very superior advantages of their enemies in many respects, they were induced to set fire to everything within reach, and after great slaughter, they abandoned the place, which had already cost them too much in its defense. Footnote. The writer of this work does not aim at a particular description or detail of all the engagements, battles, and rencounters between the two contending armies. A general sketch of the most material military movements completes her design, the primary object of which is not a dry narrative of military havoc. End of footnote. In the struggle to open the Delaware, the Augusta and the Merlin on the part of Britain were lost, but the losses of the Americans were far beyond those of the British. The Delaware frigate and some others were captured, and several ships burned by themselves to prevent their falling into the hands of their enemies. End of section 38. Section 39 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 10, Part 3. Nothing more decided than the above transactions took place this season. The Delaware River thus cleared, and eligible winter quarters secured for the King's troops, and the cold season fast advancing. General Howe gave up the pursuit of the cautious and wary Washington. He found it impossible, with all his efforts, to bring him to another general action, while his own judgment and that of the most judicious of his officers forbade it, and common prudence dictated the probable disadvantages of such a movement. His numbers were too small, and the wants of the army too many, to hazard anything. The most guarded and prudent defense was the only line of conduct left to the American commander. These circumstances induced General Howe, about the middle of December, to draw the main body of his army into the city of Philadelphia. They were indeed unable longer to keep the field, being very destitute of tents and other equipage necessary for the army in a cold climate, at this inclement season. Thus, after the proud vaunts of victory and conquest, and the loss of many gallant officers and brave men, the British commander had little to boast at the conclusion of the campaign, but the possession of a city abandoned by the best of its inhabitants, and the command of the adjacent country, circumscribed within the narrow limits of 20 miles. This was but a small compensation for the waste of life and treasure. It was a gloomy picture of the termination of a campaign. For Sir William Howe to convey to his master and to his countrymen, after the exultation for some partial successes had flattered them with the highest hopes of speedy and complete victory. Yet, notwithstanding these vauntings over a people, among whom there did not yet appear a probability of complete subjugation by the sword, nor the smallest traces of a disposition among the people of America to yield obedience to the laws and requisitions which the government of Great Britain were attempting thus to enforce at the point of a bayonet. After Sir William Howe had retired and taken winter quarters in the city, a novel scene, considering the weakness of the Continental army, was exhibited without. To the surprise and wonder of their foes, and to the admiration of all mankind acquainted with the circumstances, the Americans, nearly destitute of tents, fully supplied with provisions, almost without shoes, stockings, blankets, or other clothing, cheerfully erected themselves huts of timber and brush, and encamped for the winter at a place called Valley Forge, within 25 miles of the city of Philadelphia. Thus, in the neighborhood of a powerful British army, fearless of its numbers and strength, a striking proof of their intrepidity in suffering and their defiance of danger was exhibited by a kind of challenge bidden to their enemies. Not very usual in similar situations. The commander-in-chief and several of the principal officers of the American army, in defiance of danger, either to themselves or to such tender connections, sent for their ladies from the different states to which they belonged, to pass the remainder of the winter, and by their presence to enliven the gloomy appearance of a hutted village in the woods, inhabited only by hungry and half-naked soldiery. Footnote: nothing but the inexperience of the American ladies and their confidence in the judgment of their husbands could justify this hazard to their persons and to their feelings of delicacy. End of footnote. The resolution and patience of this little army surmounted every difficulty. They waited long, amidst penury, hunger, and cold, for the necessary supplies, which, in spite of the utmost exertions of the several states, came in but too slowly. Such was the deficiency of horses and wagons for the ordinary as well as extraordinary occasions of the army, that the men, in many instances, cheerfully yoked themselves to little carriages of their own construction. Others loaded the wooden provisions on their backs for present supply, in their extreme necessity. General Washington informed a committee sent from Congress to inquire into the state of the army, that some brigades had been some days without meat, and that the common soldiers had frequently been at his quarters to make known their distresses. Unprovided with materials to raise their cold lodgment from the ground, the dampness of the situation and the wet earth on which they lay occasioned sickness and mortality to rage among them to an astonishing degree. Indeed, nothing could surpass their suffering, except the patience and fortitude with which it was endured by the faithful part of the army. Those of a different character deserted in great numbers. Footnote: see a letter from the committee sent from Congress to Mr. Lawrence, the President. End of footnote. In this weak and dangerous situation, the American army continued encamped at Valley Forge from December till May, while the British troops in high health and spirits lay in Philadelphia without once attempting to molest them. For this want of vigor and enterprise, General Howe was severely and justly censured in Britain, blamed by those interested in his success in America, and ridiculed by the impartial observer in every quarter. By his negligence this winter, he again undoubtedly lost the fairest opportunity of executing the designs of his master and acquiring to himself much military fame. But by wasting his time in effeminate and reprehensible pleasures, he sunk his character as an officer, and few scrupled to assert that the man of honor and valor was lost for a time in the arms of a handsome adulteress. Many of his officers followed his example, and abandoned themselves to idleness and debauchery, while the soldiers were left to indulge their own licentious habits. At this period, though not attacked by a foreign foe, the situation of the American commander-in-chief was really not very enviable. It required the utmost prudence and address to keep together the appearance of an army under the complicated miseries they must feel, in the depth of winter, hungry and barefooted, whose fatiguing, circuitous marches over the snowy path had been marked by their bleeding feet before they, in such a destitute predicament, pitched their tents in the valley. The dilatory spirit of some and the peculating dispositions of other officers in the various public departments increased every difficulty with regard to clothing and subsistence. The deplorable state of the sick, the corrupt conduct in some of the hospitals, the want of discipline among the soldiers, the inexperience of officers, the slowness of recruits, and the diminution of the old army from various causes were circumstances discouraging indeed, and might have been considered, if not a balance, at least a weight in the scale, against the advantages and the pride of high station. Yet these were not all the embarrassments which the commander-in-chief had to encounter. General Washington had his personal enemies to combat, nor was he without his rivals for power and fame. Footnote: both the conduct and letters of General Lee had in several instances confirmed the opinion that he was ambitious of obtaining the chief command of the Army of the United States, and doubtless he had a party that for a short time flattered these expectations. At this time, indeed, he was a prisoner, but his correspondences were extensive. End of footnote. In all communities, there are some restless minds who create jealousies and foment divisions that often injure the best cause and the most unimpeachable character, and it may be observed that there is ever a spirit of intrigue and circumvention that runs parallel with the passions of men. Thus the fortune of war is frequently changed by dangerous emulations, and the best systems of social and political happiness overthrown by the envy and resentment of little minds, or the boundless ambition of more exalted souls. Nor was it many years before America discovered she had in her bosom her Caesars and her Catalines, as well as her Brutuses and her Catos. Many persons were disgusted with the dictatorial powers vested in General Washington after the action at Trenton, which they alleged were at his own request. These were ample indeed. He was empowered by Congress to reform and new model the military arrangements in such manner as he judged best for the public service. He was also vested with several other discretionary powers. Footnote: see Resolves of Congress. End of footnote. Congress had indeed limited its power to 6 months, but exigencies of the highest necessity had urged him sometimes to exercise it in a manner too arbitrary for the principles and dispositions of Americans, unused to the impressment of their property for the use of armies. In this state of affairs, the commander was attacked by anonymous letters, fictitious signatures, and incendiary suggestions. He was censured for his cool operations, defensive movements, and Fabian slowness. Disadvantageous impressions were made on the minds of some, and others were led to believe that General Washington was not without his weaknesses and his foibles. It was observed by one of his principal officers that decision is often wanting in minds otherwise valuable. Footnote: see a letter from General Reed to General Lee, afterwards published. End of footnote. That decision is often wanting in minds otherwise valuable. That an indecisive mind in a commander is one of the greatest misfortunes that could befall an army. That he had often lamented this circumstance through the campaign, that they were in a very awful situation, in an alarming state, that required the utmost wisdom and firmness of mind. A wish at this time undoubtedly prevailed among some distinguished characters for a supersedence of his command. Footnote: Samuel Adams of Boston, General Mifflin, and several other characters of distinction were suspected of unfriendly designs toward the commander-in-chief. But there never were sufficient grounds to suppose that Mr. Adams ever harbored any disaffection to the person of General Washington. On the contrary, he respected and esteemed his character and loved the man. But zealous and ardent in the defense of his injured country, he was startled at everything that appeared to retard the operations of war or impede the success of the Revolution, a revolution for which posterity is as much indebted to the talents and exertions of Mr. Adams as to those of anyone in the United States. General Mifflin was a young gentleman of warm and sanguine disposition, active and zealous. He engaged early in opposition to the measures of the British Parliament. He took arms and was among the first officers commissioned on the organization of a Continental army. For this he was read out of the Society of Quakers, to which himself and his family had belonged. but Mr. Mifflin's principles led him to consider himself under a moral obligation to act offensively as well as defensively, and vigorously to oppose the enemies of his country, and from his character and principles, he undoubtedly wished to see a commander-in-chief of the United Armies who would admit of no delay in the acceleration of the object in which they were engaged. End of footnote. But Washington, cool, cautious, and more popular than any man, his good genius was ever at hand to preserve his character invulnerable. Yet several circumstances confirmed the opinion that even some members of Congress at this period were intriguing for his removal. It might indeed at this time have had a fatal effect on American affairs had General Washington fallen beneath a popular disgust or the intrigues of his enemies. Perhaps few other men could have kept together the shadow of an army under such a combination of difficulties as the young republic had to encounter, both in the field and the cabinet. Many men of more active and enterprising spirit might have put a period to the war in a shorter space of time, yet perhaps not ultimately so much in favor of America as the slow, defensive movements of the officer then vested with the chief command. This line of conduct was thought by some to be not so much owing to his superior sagacity and penetration as to a constitutional want of ardency, at times when energy appeared most necessary to many persons. A predilection in favor of a connection with Britain seemed united with this disposition. It had appeared clearly by many circumstances, in conversation with his confidential friends, that he was not in the beginning of opposition fond of a final separation from the parent state, and that he wished to move defensively until some events might take place that would bring back and with honor and dignity reunite the revolted colonies to the bosom of their ancient parent. Footnote: in the early period of the war, many very worthy characters opposed to the British system, besides General Washington, wished for a reconciliation with Great Britain, if it could be procured consistently, with honor, and with sufficient pledges of security to the just claims of the colonies, rather than an irrevocable separation. But time convinced all that nothing but independence and a total dismemberment could secure the liberties of the United States. End of footnote. But the public opinion always in his favor, with a happy talent to secure the confidence of the people, he commanded in a remarkable manner their affections, their resources, and their attachment to the end of the war, and had the good fortune to parry every charge brought against him with the firmness of the soldier, though not without the sensibility of the man who found his reputation at stake. He complained heavily to his private friends, yet took no public notice of the vague imputations of slander that fell from the pen of a French officer of distinction under the signature of de Lisle. End of section 39. Section 40 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren. Conclusion. These letters were fraught with the most severe strictures on the general's military character and abilities. Some other letters in the same style and manner, without a name, were directed to gentlemen of character and consideration in several of the states. Some addressed to Patrick Henry, the governor of the state of Virginia. He immediately transmitted to Congress and to the general himself. However boldly some of the charges were urged, they made little impression on the public mind. The transient tale of the day passed as the pathless arrow, without leaving a trace behind. His enemies shrunk from the charge, and General Washington, by the current of applause that always set in his favor, became more than ever the idol of the army and the people. General Conway, The reputed author of the letters signed Delisle was a gentleman of great military talents and experience, with an ambition equal to his abilities. He had left France with high expectations of rank in the service of the United States. Not satisfied with the appointment of Inspector General of the American Army, his pride wounded, and disappointed that he did not sustain a higher grade in office, which he had been led to flatter himself with before he left his country, and disgusted by the suspicions that fell upon him after the publication of Delisle's letters, he resigned his commission and returned to Europe. Conway was not the only officer of his country that suffered similar mortifications. The credulity of men of talents, family, and merit had been imposed on by the indiscretion of one of the American agents, and their imaginations fired by ideas of rank and preferment in America, to which no foreigner was entitled. Footnote: Silas Deane, the first agent sent by Congress to France. End of footnote. Thus, chagrined from the same cause, it was thought that valiant Cordray, an officer of distinguished name and merit, who was a brigadier general and chief engineer in the French service, lived voluntarily to his watery grave. His death, indeed, was attributed to the fleetness of his horse, which it was said he could not command. Having occasion to cross the Schuylkill, in company with some other officers, he entered a boat on horseback. The career was swift, the catastrophe fatal. He leaped on one side of the boat, and with equal celerity out on the other. Thus both horse and rider were irretrievably lost. Cordray was beloved and lamented by all who knew him, and the loss of Conway was regretted by many who esteemed him for his literary abilities and his military talents. The important office of Inspector General, relinquished from necessity by General Conway, was immediately conferred on the Baron de Steuben, an officer with the best credentials, who had recently arrived from Germany. The essential services of this celebrated disciplinarian were in a very short time felt throughout the army. New regulations took place, and new arrangements were made in the hospitals, in the commissaries, the quartermasters, and other departments, which had been shamefully abused, not from a want of capacity or integrity in the preceding inspectors, but from the ignorance, inexperience, or peculation of many of the subordinate officers. From the date of the Baron's advancement, a more thorough knowledge of tactics was acquired by the officers. More system, discipline, and order appeared in the army. More equitable and permanent regulations, and a stricter adherence to the rules and laws of war, took place than had been observed at any period before. The merits of this officer, universally acknowledged, were afterwards generously rewarded by the Congress of the United States. It may not, however, be improper to observe, before we pass on to the subsequent circumstances of the war, that though the Baron de Steuben had been promoted to the rank of Inspector General by the approbation of Congress and the Army, yet General Conway had a considerable party attached to him among the military officers. Many persons thought that his dismissal from office and permission to return to France, under the degradation of character which fell upon him, without any specified charges of delinquency in office, or any solid proofs that he really had been the author of the anonymous reproaches thrown on the character of General Washington, was at once affrontive both to himself and his nation. These ideas are more clearly exhibited in a sketch of the life of Conway by another hand. Footnote: Extracts of a short account of the treatment of Major General Conway, laid in the service of America, from General Lee's letters. On Monday, the 23rd of November, 1778, the Honorable Major General Conway set out from Philadelphia on his return to France. The history of the treatment this gentleman has received is so singular that it must make a figure in the anecdotes of mankind. He was born in Ireland, but at the age of 6 was carried into France, was bred up from his infancy to the profession of arms, and it is universally allowed by the gentlemen of that nation that he has, in their service, the reputation of being what is called un très brave major d'infanterie, which is no small character. It implies, if I comprehend the term aright, a man possessed of all the requisite qualities to fill the duties of a general officer in the secondary line, but by no means ranks him among those favored mortals to whom it has pleased God to give so large a portion of the ethereal spirit, as to render reading, theory, and practice unnecessary. But with the spectacle of this phenomena, heaven entertains the earth but very seldom. Greece, as historians report, had but one. Rome none. England and France only one each. As to this hemisphere, I shall be silent on the subject, lest I should be suspected of not being serious. But be this as it may, it is past doubt that General Conway is a man of excellent understanding, quick and penetrating, that he has seen much service, has read a great deal, and digested well what he has read. It is not less certain that he embarked with the warmest zeal for the great American cause, and it has never been insinuated, unless by those who have the talent of confounding causes, that his zeal has diminished. His recompense has been what? He has lost his commission. He has been refused the common certificate, which every officer receives at the expiration of his services, unless his delinquencies have been very substantial indeed. And for what crime? For none, by any law, or the most strained construction that could be put on any law. The reasons given are so far from being substantial that they really ought to reflect honor on his character. It seems he has been accused of writing a letter to a confidential friend, communicating an opinion that the commander-in-chief was not equal to the great task he was charged with. Is this a crime? The contrary. It was really his opinion. It was decent. It was honest. It was laudable. It was his duty. Does it come under any article of war? I may venture to affirm that it does not. God help the community that should be absurd enough to frame a law which could be construed into such a sense. Such a community could not long subsist. It ever has been, and ever ought to be, the custom in all armies, not absolutely barbarians, for the officers of high rank minutely to canvass the measures of their commander-in-chief, and if his faults and mistakes appear to them many and great, to communicate their sentiments to each other. It can be attended with no one bad consequence, for if the criticisms are unjust and impertinent, they only recoil on the authors, and the great man who is the subject of them shines with redoubled luster. But if they are well-founded, they tend to open the eyes of the prince or state, who, from blind prejudice or some strange infatuation, may have reposed their affairs in hands ruinously incapable. Does any man of sense, who is the least acquainted with history, imagine that the greatest generals the world ever produced have escaped censure? Hannibal, Caesar, Turenne, Marlborough have all been censured, and the only method they thought justifiable of stopping the mouths of their censors was by a fresh exertion of their talents and a perpetual series of victories. Indeed, it is observable that in proportion to the capacity or incapacity of the commander-in-chief, he countenances or discountenances the whole tribe of tale-bearers, informers, and pickbacks, who ever have been and ever will be the bane of those courts and armies where they are encouraged or even suffered, allowing General Washington to be possessed of all the virtues and military talents of Epaminondas. And this is certainly allowing a great deal, for whether from our modern education or perhaps the modern state of human affairs, it is difficult to conceive that any mortal in these ages should arrive at such perfection, but allowing it to be so, he would still remain mortal, and of course subject to the infirmities of human nature. Sickness or other casualties might impair his understanding, his memory, or his courage, and in consequence of this failure, he might adopt measures apparently weak, ridiculous, and pernicious. Supposing this possible case, whether a law, the letter or spirit of which should absolutely seal up the lips, and restrain the pens of every witness of the defection, would it not, in fact, be denouncing vengeance against those who alone have the means in their power of saving the public from the ruin impending, if they should dare to make use of these means for its salvation? If there were such a law, its absurdity would be so monstrously glaring that we may hardly say it would be more honored in the breach than in the observance. In the English and French armies, the freedom with which the conduct and measures of commanders-in-chief are canvassed is notorious, nor does it appear that this freedom is attended with any bad consequences. It has never been once able to remove a real great officer from his command. Every action of the Duke of Marlborough, everybody who has read must know, was not only minutely criticized, but his whole conduct was dissected in order to discover some crime, blunder, fault, or even a trifling error. But all these impertinent pains and wicked industry were employed in vain. It was a court intrigue alone that subverted him. General Wolfe, with whom to be compared, it can be no degradation to any mortal living, was not merely criticized, but grossly calumniated by some officers of high rank under him. But that great man never thought of having recourse to the letter or construction of any law in order to avenge himself. He was contented with informing his calumniators that he was not ignorant of their practices, and that the only method he should take for their punishment would be an active perseverance in the performance of his duty, which, with the assistance of God, he made no doubt would place him beyond the reach of their malice. As to what liberties they had taken with him personally, he should wait till he was reduced to the rank of a private gentleman, and then speak to them in that capacity. Upon the whole, it appears that it never was understood to be the meaning of the English Article of War, which enjoins respect towards the Commander-in-Chief. And, of course, it ought not to be understood that the meaning of that article of the American Code, which is a servile copy from the English, is meant to prescribe the communication of our sentiments to one another, on the capacity or incapacity of the man on whom the misery or ruin of the state depends. Its intention was, without doubt, in part complimentary, and partly to lay some decent restrictions on the license of conversation and writing, which otherwise might create a dissidence in the minds of the common soldiery, detrimental to the public service. But that it was meant to impose a dead, torpid silence, in all cases whatever, on men who, from their rank, must be supposed to have eyes and understanding. Nothing under the degree of an idiot can persuade himself, but admitting, in opposition to common sense and all precedents, the proceeding to be criminal, admitting Mr. Conway guilty of it, to the extent represented, which he can demonstrate to be false, in the name of God, why inflict the highest, at least negative punishment on a man untried and unheard? The refusal of a certificate of having honestly served is considered as the greatest of negative punishments. Indeed, in the military idea, it is a positive one. And I sincerely hope and do firmly believe, such is my opinion of the justice of Congress, that when they have coolly reflected on the merits and fortunes of this gentleman, they will do him that justice, which nothing but the hasty misconstruction of a law, hastily copied from another law, never defined nor understood, has hitherto prevented. End of footnote. We shall only further observe that the French nation was not disposed to resent individual slights or even public neglects at this interesting period. A nation who viewed the resistance of the American colonies to the overbearing power of Britain on a broad scale. They considered their opposition, if successful, as at once redounding to their own interest and to the promotion of the liberties of mankind in general. It had for many years been a primary object with the House of Bourbon to humble the pride and power of Britain. No contingencies that had arisen among the nations for near a century appeared so likely to produce this effect as an alienation from and a total loss of their colonies. This consideration heightened the natural ardor and quickened the constitutional energies of every Frenchman to lend his hand to the work. Their characteristic impetuosity always appeared conspicuous in politics and war, as well as in the intrigues of love and gallantry. They were ever restless under any appearance of slowness that might retard the execution of their object. But the critical situation of the American army at this period rendered an attempt to lessen the influence and the character of the commander-in-chief dangerous and inexcusable. Notwithstanding the freedom of opinion and the license of the press, which should never be too much restrained in a free country, there are times and circumstances which require silence, and however disposed anyone might be to censure the conduct of General Washington, either for the want of enterprise, alacrity, or military skill, yet perhaps no man in the United States, under the pressure of so many difficulties, would have conducted with more discretion and judgment. If there was any error in the dismissal of General Conway, it might be in not observing a due degree of delicacy, or furnishing any testimonials of his having acquitted himself well in his military capacity, a point on which all in that line are very tenacious. The displacing of a single officer of any rank is not sufficiently important to dwell upon long, and the apology for having done it at all must be the danger at this time of disgusting a foreign corps belonging to a court whose assistance was necessary and whose aid had been courted, though their faith was not yet absolutely pledged to promote the emancipation of the United States. France, however, was looking with too eager and steady an eye on the operations and success of the resistance of the colonies to the measures and mandates of the Crown and Parliament of England, to be moved by any partial considerations from the line of political conduct which they had adopted. This was to embrace the first favorable opportunity, when contingent circumstances might promise success, to support the claim of independence and render the breach complete and durable between the United States and Great Britain, and thereby deprive that rival nation of the immense advantages they had already reaped and might again recover by a revival and continuance of the connection. That part of the American army immediately under the command of General Washington must now be left encamped at Valley Forge for the winter. Their situation impels the mind to throw over them that veil of compassion, with a season of perplexity, though not of absolute despair, requires. We must now look over and survey with an anxious eye, and in the succeeding pages view the humiliating events which for a time attended the fortune of war in the Northern Department, and trace the footsteps of the soldier through the forlorn desert, which was ultimately the path to victory and glory. End of Volume 1. End of Section 40. End of The Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 1, by Mercy Otis Warren.